Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 44 of the Cataclysm of Hyrule campaign. I am the GM and creator of the campaign, Puck Finn. For everyone joining us tonight, welcome. Before we get started tonight, we're going to go over some introductory announcements, and we'll do a little bit of recap introductions of our players, and then we'll get right down to it. First thing I always like to do is I always like to invite everyone to join our Discord server. The link to our Discord server can be found on our link tree, which Lido has so graciously posted in chat. The Discord server is where everything happens outside of the campaign sessions. We have a number of channels. We have chat channels, art and meme channels. We have loot channels. We have contest channels. We have all sorts of fun and interactive things that go on there that also very much tie into the campaign itself. So, as I said, I very strongly invite everyone to join into the Discord server, so that way you can keep as up to date as possible with everything that's going on. Also in our link tree, we have links to both our Facebook group and our YouTube channel. So our Facebook group creates invites for all of our sessions so that it helps keep you up to date with when we are broadcasting, because we broadcast on a bi-weekly basis. Our campaign broadcasts on a bi-weekly basis. And on the off weeks when we're not doing the campaign, we do a chat session. So, and our YouTube channel is where we post all of our campaign sessions. We keep playlists on there to help people navigate. We are getting into this will essentially be our 46th episode on our YouTube channel. We have 44 episodes plus the one today, plus we have a one shot in there. So yeah, if you have kind of either fallen behind or you're just joining in and you're looking to catch up, the absolute two best ways to get up to date with everything that's going on is join our chat sessions, because in our chat sessions a common topic of conversation is to elaborate the various aspects of the campaign. We talk about the lore of the campaign, the lore of the canonical video games. We go into depth of how certain aspects of characters are affecting what's going on. If we introduce a character that has existed prior to the Cataclysm campaign, but they are freshly introduced into the Cataclysm campaign, we talk about that and their history that predates this broadcast, because this campaign has actually existed for a number of years before we even started broadcasting it. So any chance that we can bring people up to speed, we like to take that opportunity to do so. Okay. I just got word that Gully is going to be a little bit late, which is fine. We'll talk about that in the quick recap, because right now we have our party split 3 different ways. But yeah, if you haven't checked out our chat sessions, which operate on the opposite week of our campaign sessions, then it is highly recommended that you at least check it out once. And one of the other great things about our chat sessions is it lets us communicate more directly with the chat, because once the campaign gets going, from my personal standpoint, it is a little bit difficult to even to interact with chat in many ways. So that is not the case on our chat session episodes. Excuse me. So quick recap before we do introductions, because as I mentioned, our party is technically split between 3 different locations right now. Starting off with the Turbay and Bell, who have been our newest NPC introductions to the campaign. They're essentially off in the Hyrule Castle Town Inn, getting reacquainted, as they have spent an estimated 50 years apart. So they're off doing that right now. We have Deacon and Gully, who were Gully is our first sage, the fire sage specifically of the campaign, and Deacon and Gully in the previous session spent time recruiting followers to the fire temple, and they were quite successful. They were quite successful, and those 21 followers who are now on a pilgrimage to Goron Village, to Death Mountain and the fire temple, are off just making their way. And last but not least, we have Stuffin and Lido, who wanted to do some research in a library, and in the library, looking for books and tomes of more specialized and eclectic nature, didn't find it in the main part of the library, but in fact came across a person who was able to guide them to a more secretive part of the library that had books that they were looking for, and then some. So with that, and just as a notable heads up, as we get into the campaign, we will be turning the cameras off because of a personal detriment. In order to save the broadcasting quality, with my current laptop, have a difficult time running multiple video feeds and everything else that's going on. So since the multiple video feeds that we run does put a fairly big tax on my laptop, we have started to kind of cut the video feeds for the time being. So I apologize for that in advance, but as soon as I'm able to get some better hardware in the non-foreseeable future, we will get back to broadcasting videos. So let us move over to introductions, and let me just do a quick check. Okay, so as mentioned, the person right below me, Gully, is running a little bit late. He'll be joining us as the campaign progresses tonight. So we will not have a Gully introduction tonight, but as I said, he will be with us. Next to Gully, we have Deacon. And, oh wait, let me get my mics working properly. Deacon, how you doing, my friend?
Hanging in there. Be trying to stay optimistic.
Fair. Good to hear.
You sound like that's not going to work.
So hold on, let me...
Just fucking with you, buddy. Just fucking with you.
Quick question. Is the audio coming in okay to, well, I know Fuzzy's out there, because it's coming out a little bit funny on mine. Hold on a sec. Deacon's coming. Okay. All right. So let me try it this way. Deacon, give me another hello.
Hi. How's it going? Well, what kind of weird are we talking about here? Maybe I can help adjust something too.
As always, I think it was my headphones. I'm looking at the audio mixer, and it was just coming in low. Oh,
gotcha.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Never mind the headset. I keep coming back to the headset, and it is just not working. But
Fortunately, that's one of those things where you really get what you pay for.
Exactly. I mean, we had a good run of that, but yeah, we'll add it to the list of technical things that we'll work on.
Rip in peace.
Yeah, which is strange because honestly, it might be a setting issue because I use the same exact headset when I'm playing on my PS5, and it works perfectly fine.
So as a brief interjection, I actually have the same problem where I have this setting. It's for noise reduction. It's by NVIDIA. It's their whatever. But it's not on an NVIDIA program. It's built into my headset's operating software. So if I turn on the noise reduction, it works fantastic. However, if I turn on the noise reduction while playing a video game, it fucks up my voice and turns it into just ear-destroying nonsense. Which means I used to have it on all the time, and I thought I just couldn't play video games and talk to people with this headset anymore. Turns out, if I turn it off, it's fine. You can hear me eat ice, but aside from that, it's fine.
Fair. Yeah. So, I mean, you know what?
Software issue, very possible.
That's right. There's always something. And as long as we are coming in loud and clear now, that is what's most important. So, Deacon, welcome. And any thoughts on your your new recruits?
I can't wait. I will guide them, and if you hurt one single hair on their head, I know where you live.
But you don't anymore. Oh wait, you probably do, because there's that return address.
Correct.
That's right. Oh jeez. Yeah. So, as a quick reminder, and you know, this is something that can change over time. As Gully is the Fire Sage, Gully essentially has complete control over terramorphing the Fire Temple. And the Fire Temple has remained largely untouched since you guys made your way through the Fire Temple. So just as a quick reminder, even though Gully's not currently present, he does have full range to terramorph it, because it is very there's a lot of lava in there right now.
Yeah.
So we'll figure that out as the campaign progresses, but I am just under the general impression that the Fire Temple has been designed specifically as an aggressive, inhospitable place that was designed to harbor a very large entity known as Tico that you guys had killed. So with Tico gone and Gully wanting to presumably make this a more welcoming and inviting place, that it will just kind of naturally grow in that direction over time.
Oh no, Leto. He's going to turn all the lava into hot springs and steal your godhood.
It won't happen. It won't happen.
And now it's Leto's time to make death threats.
I'm sure that Leto has a fair number of things on his targeted mind right now. And with that, we will.
All right, sorry, yeah.
So again, welcome, Deacon. A pleasure to have you. But on that note, let me introduce you to Leto. Leto, how you doing, my friend?
I am doing okay. Just adding things to my death list. Got it.
To your death list. Fair.
But all I want to do is kill a king. Make sure nobody steals the thunder of my, hot spring. Stuff like that. Yeah. Things that everybody does every day.
That's right.
Just a kingdom.
Yeah, just kind of like random stuff. Yeah. So we will be beginning this session specifically with you, as you were the one player
Nerding out. Nerding out. I'm in a book place and I'm nerding out.
Yes, and we have not been able to really touch on anything that you really were. We touched on what you were looking for, but really didn't go into any specifics as to like why you were looking for them or things like that. And that will be our picking up point. But that aside, you and Stuffin have found yourself in a very strange library. With a very strange person and an interesting group of people within.
Yes.
So, yeah, honestly, that's all.
Thing is, kill everybody inside, steal their knowledge, and leave. Got it.
Okay. Kill them and steal it. You feast on their brain.
Yes. Maybe that'll level me up. That would be great. You feast on enough brains. Congratulations, you're level blah.
There you go.
I can do that.
I saw this because a lot of my Instagram reels and stuff are kind of D&D oriented, and I saw this really funny thing where a person referred to themselves as a bodybuilder, and it turns out that they were a necromancer.
Of course.
Yeah. So I was
isn't...
Uh-huh.
Oh, sorry. No, you...
Well, I had a necromancer character, and the running gag with that, which is a much more common running gag with necromancers, is that she wanted to make friends. And then it was revealed that she was a necromancer. But
I got one for you.
Yes.
The new thing that I've heard is, so I'm a MILF because, man, I love fireballs, and I love fireballs. So exactly. So you could be a MILF and love fireballs.
I like it.
Yes. I heard that one and I was like, that's amazing.
So,
yes.
Isn't killing people to steal their collective intelligence literally exactly how experience points work anyway?
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying
you call it life essence, but more like brain power, or at least brawn.
Listen, we haven't started the session. Let's not break the campaign yet.
But anywho, it's nice to see you. Nice haircut, and
thank you.
We'll move on to Stuffin.
Yes, all right. So with that being said, we're going to let Leto get his ducks in order, or his chimkins in order, or his cuckoos in order. But with that being said, yes, let us move on to Stuffin. And Stuffin, you have had you were where we ended out the episode with the literature on phylacteries. So
yes.
Anything?
Hey there, everyone. How's it all doing?
Good. Is there anything that you would like to divulge about that as of this moment?
Oh, it seems like there's a lot of exciting plans brewing in my head right now.
Yes,
I don't want to make a phylactery yet. That's kind of dangerous. So I figure first we gotta work on Herbe's phylactery. So, first of all, I think we gotta get the happy couple married. So I'm like, maybe I could make some wedding rings, and then I could make a nice death ring for Herbe when we kill him, because we want to save his life. Before that, I have to do a crab walk of sorts, and I'm not quite sure how that's going to work with flying. But and then I can start making my own phylactery. Although I'm not quite sure I want to, because it seems like most people keep their phylacteries in terrible, terrible places. I don't know. Why would anyone want to keep a phylactery in someone else? Incarnate in someone else's.
Yes.
Why doesn't anyone keep a phylactery at a nice casino, hot tub or something like that? Yeah. But you want to go if you die.
I mean, there was a phylactery at the bottom of Lake Hylia, which has since been destroyed. Let's see, what are some other known phylacteries? We had earlier in the campaign, we had the Black Ocarina phylactery, which was belonged to Darunia, and
the staff of Kyburn.
The staff of yes, that was actually the first phylactery of the campaign. I do believe.
The sapphire from Zora's domain, that was Rudo's.
Yes, and
I think that's all we know.
So I think that of all the known phylacteries thus far in the campaign, I think that the Zora Sapphire was probably the best phylactery, because it was not something that was well known, and it was in the possession and therefore the protection at the time of Crow, who was Rudo's betrothed.
Can I ask you a question here?
Yes.
Is anyone with a phylactery like really happy? Because it seems like, I mean, best case is that like you're dead and you're miserable 50 years, or you're trapped under a lake, or you die again.
Turbay might be happy.
Turbay
might be happy right now.
Yes,
I mean, he's happy now, but he's happy now, and he destroyed his phylactery. It's gone, right?
No, his phylactery is Bell.
Yes.
So he would have to kill Bell. Which
wasn't that? I thought that was the phylactery she destroyed. Okay.
No, that was her phylactery.
Right.
Okay. Bell destroyed her own. Gotcha.
Yes. So the necklace and medallion that Bell destroyed. Was it last episode? I think it was last episode. If not,
last episode.
Okay. Yeah. That was Bell's phylactery. That was in our one shot. That was not to get into too much detail, but that was a gift given to Bell from Iturbe. And it was the one thing that gave her hope that she would one day be reunited in some way or another with Iturbe. And once that was achieved, she destroyed the phylactery, essentially also simultaneously breaking the I'm hesitant to call it a curse, but just to abbreviate the situation, I will refer to it as a curse, of her being the spirit of Lake Hylia. And we've been running Spirit of Lake Hylia for, oh god, a long time. So Bell has actually been in the campaign for quite some time. But we are now finally seeing her fleshed out story, as well as everything else that's connected to it. But yes, Stuffin, you do point out a very good observation that like many, if not all, of the people who come under the influence of a phylactery really don't have a happy, positive life, almost as if the promise of potential immortality isn't all it's cracked up to be. But we will see how that flushes out as the campaign goes on. But yes, that is a very correct observation. So,
and I think we have a new friend here. Just arrived.
He's here.
Hey there, Gully.
Perfect. We were just wrapping up the intros. Gully, welcome. How you doing?
Doing good. Glad to be here.
Good to have you. We were just talking about how you had recruited the new followers, and they are currently on their pilgrimage to the Fire Temple.
Awesome.
So, Is there anything pertaining to that you would like to divulge or share with us, or would you like to just kind of play it out as we go?
Yeah, we'll just go ahead and play it out as we go. I mean,
All right, sounds good.
definitely want to make sure they make it okay, and that that they got some tunics waiting on them. But yeah, we'll play it out.
Yes. You know what?
Oh, who is this handsome little devil I see in the center of this picture?
Yes. So we actually, I think I might have done this off camera, but during our chat sessions, we do also take time to kind of like revamp certain aspects of the campaign, certain artwork, and while we were running Aturbe, quite honestly, like Aturbe was really like the first delving into AI generated artwork that I had done, and looking at it, I was not very happy with it. Like he had like dead eyes and just and it fit for the one shot. If you haven't seen it, watch it. But we are dealing with a more flushed out Aturbe now, and so I took the previous model of Aturbe and reworked it, and now we have a new Aturbe.
You cast resurrection on his eyes.
Yes. But yes, so that being said, we are again starting off with the party split in 3 separate ways. We are going to start off in the Mystic Library where Stuffin and Leto are, and then we will continue on with as the campaign actually progresses. So thank you everyone for joining us for tonight, and here we go. So, Leto, we left off last with you looking at oh, no, actually, let me, as I promised, cut my camera. There we go. All right. So, Leto, we have left off with you looking at or looking for specific books, but we have not gone into great detail. So, would you now like to share?
So Leto, being as tall as he is just looking around specifically. He had the guy point out some nice little clients to go. So first, he's going to be looking for creatures of Hyrule. Basically just general, like, big creatures and whatnot, now that he has a big spell that he can use. Looking for holy beings, like things that are, like, totally clerical type things that I can't do myself. And then I wanted to add one, and I want to look for Sheikah history.
For Sheikah history, okay. So, I don't think we did any rules on this. So, okay, so we will take this as 3 separate searches. So we'll take them one at a time. Well, which one would you like to go and look for first?
Oh, we'll do it just in order. The creatures of Hyrule.
All right, creatures of Hyrule. Okay. Probably out of the 3, the easiest to find. So give me an investigation search.
26.
Okay, so you find a number of books, including books about common animals found in the areas of Hyrule, as pertaining to what specific biome they are naturally found in, and abilities and of that sort of such. You find a second book that deals with more rare animals, possibly extinct, but it is a very detailed book. And you also find a book on, let's say ancient animals of Hyrule. So, with that, which one would you like to start off with?
Oh, well, of course we're going to go ancient.
All right.
He's looking for the big, bad things that, now that he can turn into things, something big to help the group.
Okay. So, given what I know from conversations we have had in the past, this book specifically contains information about dragons.
Okay.
It has a number of illustrations, and it has the information pertaining to these dragons as it is almost seems as if they are written to be fables.
Okay.
They start off with kind of like the traditional explanation of dragons. They point like the bodies of the dragons are kind of like the elongated, flying, tiny armed and leg type dragons. They talk about how they came to be. They talk about the different colors of the dragons and what they represent, and specifically what they are tied to in kind of like their own special and unique way. You can find information on, I want to say, green, blue, red, yellow, white, and
Yellow.
black.
Nice.
Okay. The previous, the first mentioned ones are dragons that were that you kind of like connect are representative of the main biomes of Hyrule. You know, the yellow dragon being tied to the desert, the red being tied to Zora's domain, red and green, respectively to their own as well. As you go into this with these stories pertaining to these dragons, they talk about how the death of these dragons were what birthed the land of Hyrule itself. And then pertaining to the white and black dragon, they kind of represent the morality of those who reside within Hyrule. So the white dragon being representative of good and the black dragon being representative of bad. It states in these stories that these dragons are very rarely, if ever, like there have not been any confirmed noted sightings, but there still have been kind of cryptozoological sightings of these dragons, specifically in things of like rare occasions like blood moons and eclipses and things like that, where you will inevitably get claims of people seeing at least one of the two dragons, but again, no confirmed sightings of them. But they do nonetheless kind of persevere, and in a more broad sense, they are in the text that you find they use the white and black dragons to kind of explain that these are like the pure motivations of the people who inhabit Hyrule. If they do something bad, it's because the black dragon made them do it. If they did something that was, actually I should call it light and dark. Let me refer to that. And the good actions are representative of people who have done good things. And in the only other dragon that is mentioned outside of this is Majora.
Okay.
So, is there anything that you would like me to delve into about Majora? Because honestly, like, I can go on about Majora, but or I could save it for a chat session. So I guess
for a chat session.
Okay, all right. So with that, those are the 7 dragons mentioned in text. I believe it's 6.
Yeah, 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So that's what you find about dragons.
Yes. My next one would be holy beings, basically things that symbolize that they can heal things. Basically, I'm looking to see if I can figure out if planetars exist out of game. In game, I'm just looking for anything that kind of is holy and heals, or holy and is a fighter type thing.
Okay. So that book what that book does is that book starts off with the highest level of deities and then kind of like whittles its way down. So, not going in, not to go into any definitions of, because we spent a fair amount of, of the campaign talking about like Hylia, that level of deity. We've talked about the oracles who would be on the plane of, like a demigoddess. But there is a level of deity that is thought upon to be more of like a mystic guardian. And the reason that this is a notable find in your text is because this is these entities are not born of a godlike birth. They are normal mortals who take it upon themselves to be a protector of a certain area. And these entities were once, as I said, they were naturally born of whatever race that they came from, and through their own personal passion made a connection to a specific area, and has now, for better or worse, become connected to that area. And thus far we have, at least in conversation, 2 of those entities do stand out to you that we've talked about in this campaign. I don't recall if we've actually seen both of them, but you have. So one comes to mind as Belle, who unintentionally, by her own actions, became the guardian of Lake Hylia. And the other one that comes to mind is the Big Goron. Okay. Anything else that I can elaborate on pertaining to that?
I don't think so at the moment, but I haven't gotten anything healing wise.
Healing?
Anything like creatures that can actually heal. Like if I wanted to mix a turbate with, I don't have the clerical spells. We have nobody really a cleric. I'm looking for that kind of creature that could possibly do more healing than just, we can cure wounds or something like that. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. All right. You know what? Okay, so hearing what you're thinking about, there is a third that does come to mind specifically with that, potentially.
Okay.
And it is the... Oh, God, I could potentially misspeak on this, but you're going to know what I'm talking about. Because do believe you have run into this entity as well. Specifically in the northern area of Hyrule Castle Town, the Gravekeeping Poe. I know
Never
Deacon.
run into it before.
You have okay, Deacon. You have, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so there. Okay, so then you wouldn't know about this, but we can work it in a canonical sense. But there is a Poe in the northern area of Hyrule Castle, which we definitely have not visited in this Cataclysm campaign. There's a graveyard, and there is a Poe that kind of is very strongly tied to the area. And you know what? I'll say that you would come across this in the text because, again, you rolled a very good investigation check. So specifically, that would be an entity that has greater capabilities of dealing with death. Okay, and
the last book is Sheikah History, if I find anything.
All right, Sheikah History. Give me a second on this.
Okay.
Not because that it's a difficult history, but the history of the Sheikah has been very heavily rewritten, with many false statements by the Hylians.
If it helps, I'm looking to see about the time of when Castle Hyrule, where that time frame I'm looking for specifically. If there's any mention of the heavy mask salesman type person and his group and whatnot happening from there, and I can take into the account that the Hyrule made sure everything went well, and I'll know that's kind of where it starts.
Okay,
that's the kind of area that I'm looking for, specifically so that way I could get an idea of what Turbay is needing to hear compared to what he's being told.
Okay, so in text about the happy mask salesman specifically, there's very sparse literature on him. Specifically, I would say there is no literature talking about the happy mask salesman prior to roughly 20 years ago. Is when he really started to pop up. He kind of he started out opening up a mask shop in Hyrule Castle Town. It was not a very popular spot, but it's not that he didn't have a inventory that people wanted. People just kind of had a natural aversion to him. And this is where the first passage comes from, stating that even though he never really did anything bad, people treated him in a very cautious way, and he was basically run out of town. And since he was run out of town, any time that he has been seen, he's kind of been viewed upon as more of like a traveling merchant.
Okay. Any details about Turbay's time in a war-ish ending and then becoming Hyrule's, capital type thing?
Okay. Yes. Let's see what. Okay. So you find a book entitled The Great Betrayal. And as you kind of take some time to thumb through it, basically what the text states is that it's essentially a fluff piece where they talk about how the Hylians didn't need the Sheikah during the Civil War, but they were gracious in allowing the alliance to happen, and they had made pacts and promises to create essentially the birth of the Kingdom of Hyrule. And at the end of the war, the Sheikah betrayed the Hylians, and there was a referred to as a skirmish where the Hylians essentially cast out the Sheikah and outlawed any kind of like if you were found outside of the king of like Hyrule Castle Town, and you were if you kept your Sheikah heritage, that you were essentially actively hunted, that there would be a standing bounty against the Sheikah. And this is written in a very pro-Hylian heroic manner.
Okay. All right. So I will take the 3 books that I was reading and hold on to them and see if Stuffin is done.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna circle back to Stuffin, and Stuffin is there. As you get into the phylacteries and those books, I remember you saying that you were copying some things down into your notes. Is there anything else that you would like to do?
I don't think I want a phylactery for myself, quite honestly. But like the idea is so intriguing to me. And as you know, I like jewelry. So I'm like, what if someone, gave their betrothed, a nice little locket or something that they could just put a phylactery in. I'm like, how can we embed cool things like phylactery magic into jewelry and other powerful things, of course, too. Like, you don't have to be like, hey baby, I want to marry you and make a link to your soul in my locket, so if you die, then you come back. That's just kind of creepy, but you get the sense, right? Like, are there cool anything we can do with magic and jewelry? Love it.
All right, wonderful. Okay, so you do get very thorough details on how to create phylacteries. As I mentioned in the last session, it does touch on the multiple ways in which phylacteries can be created. They can be created both accidentally and intentionally. They can be created through moments of great stress and unfinished business, as well as they can be forcibly created through spells and that you have found and written down. So, are you ready to leave? Are you ready to try and leave the library?
Well,
yeah, I mean, I'm good. I think I'm good.
I have an idea that I share with Stuffin. Stuffin, I have a great idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so, as the guy said, we can't take anything out of here, right?
Yeah.
What if, and I take one of the books and throw it at the hole where we're supposed to walk through?
It bounces off like a solid bookcase.
I was hoping if we, threw it through, we could take it we wouldn't be taking it. Thereby, the door should let it go through. But I guess that doesn't work.
What if instead of taking anything with us, we take everything with us? How strong are you? Can we just carry everything?
Let's just say I'm not that strong, but I can become something pretty strong.
Strong enough to carry everything?
Also, there's a lot of books in here. And those guys that keep reading.
I don't know. I could just fireball the place. They'll kick us out for sure if we do that.
Think about fireballing, because we might need to come back for more information.
The real plot twist is
And
that
I
you
love
just don't
fire.
remember anything.
We'll find out. Well, let's
I'm
try
gonna
and
just try. Stuffin is gonna try a crab walk out, but he's going butt first.
But he's going butt first.
Yes.
Okay. You successfully exit the library, and you find yourself back. Well, you successfully exit the Mystic Library, and you once again find yourself in the normal library.
His head pops back out, and he's like, Leto, should we just leave, or do you really want to find a way
No,
to break?
we're fine. We know where this place is. We can come back again.
I mean, it's kind of weird that no one else wants to leave.
I don't think they're normal. So I can try and, move them around and see if they'll stop.
Yeah, like, Stuffin will, pick up one person's arm and see if it flops around. If he drops it, if it just goes right back.
Okay. So Stuffin, you have come back in.
Yeah, he came back in.
Okay. All right. So you walk up to a person, kind of sitting at one of those big long, kind of like library tables. They're the only person sitting at that particular table, but they are kind of like they've surrounded themselves with multiple piles of books to kind of seclude themselves. And as you go over to kind of flop their arm, you grab them by the wrist, and they go, "Oh, where did you come from?"
Yeah, hey, I've been here. You look like you've been here a long time, and I'm thinking, well, maybe you want to leave. I mean, did you know that the year now is 2,372? How long you been in here, Fred?
Give me a deception check.
Let's see. It's got to be his strength. Okay.
It's the year 20XX.
20XDX.
That would be a 9.
9. And he looks... You know what? Let me just throw a straight D20 on that. Yeah, okay.
Barely.
Um,
He knows.
yeah, he goes, Are you just trying to take my books?
No. Not at all. I found the books I wanted. Best books in the world. I mean, you could go across the library and look at them yourself if you want. They're over there.
But then I
All
would...
sorts of cool magic shit.
I would have to leave my books.
Oh, well, that's your problem, brother. I can't help you there.
And he kind of he seems a little bit perturbed.
What's your name?
Kyle.
We stumped
You
the
rolling
DM.
randomly?
My name's
Hey,
Kyle.
What's your last name, Kyle?
My name is Kyle Cottage.
Hey there, Kyle Cottage. What's your middle name? No, I'm just kidding. What's the last thing you remember before you came here? Like, what season was it? What was in the news? Who won the big sports ball game?
No, I mean, I don't really. I'm not a sportsy kind of guy, but I don't know. It was nice out. Like sun was shining, and
You remember the Happy Salesman, like his shop?
I mean, I'm not that old.
Just checking. You never know.
Hey, Lido, do we try to
Yes.
save people who don't want to save themselves?
Well, he hasn't said he doesn't want to be saved.
Yeah.
He says he just wants his books, which I can understand. You know, books are very helpful and whatnot like that. But I don't know. If he doesn't want to leave, we can't really make him, because then we'd be the bad guys.
Why would I want to leave?
Because you need to eat. I don't think you've probably eaten in a while.
I mean, I guess I. Give me a persuasion check.
If only I was a different
Stuffin,
character. This
give
was
him
so-
assistance. Here. Can I give him let Lido roll with advantage?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll add. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you got people who care about you. Want to know where you are.
A whopping 11.
Know that you're like not dead or something like that.
Yeah,
That was with advantage.
That was with advantage.
With advantage. I told you, I'm not very good at certain skills. Good at other
You
ones.
get a good bonus.
Yeah, that too, and it still didn't work. It's a 3 I rolled.
It's like I mean, I'm if I get hungry, I'll go grab something, but I'm not very hungry right now.
I'm not thirsty. You are talking a lot now, so maybe your throat is parched. Honestly, dude, we really just want you to leave to see if you are alive when you try and leave. Or if you, like, all of a sudden your body realizes, I've been in here for like 6 months and I am dead. And then you walk through and you actually drop dead, and then we can find out what's going on with this place. Because we don't want you to die, but we want to make sure you're actually living in here.
No,
Living in here, that means you should be hungry and food and, you know, need to use the bathroom. But you just have been sitting here for like the last hour. Which means you've been sitting for at least an hour plus all the time before we showed up.
I mean,
And you stand up. How about that?
okay. And he stands up.
Okay. Just checking to make sure you're not all of a sudden magically stuck to the seat or something.
No, he gets up with no problem whatsoever.
Okay. I don't know, Stuffin. That was as far as I can go. I'm not the magic-y one.
I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
Doing the backward crab crawl. Butt first is always the best way to go. You know that, right? Butt first, Kyle. Remember that. Butt first. And he'll like scuttle back out of this special library.
He kind of like scratches his head a little bit in confusion.
Can I do a quick overview of the books that he's reading and seeing if the names on any of the books are Kyle and Cottage?
Like if he is the author of the books?
No. Like, he wasn't sure of what his name is anymore, and just looked at the book titles to be like, oh, one book has the name Kyle, and he's reading, and another book has Cottage somewhere. He just kind of zoomed and went, I'll put those two together because I don't remember offhand.
All right. You do find two books that do seem awfully suspicious underneath that context.
Okay.
You find two separate author names. One is named on the binding. You can see the author name is simply C period Kyle. And the other one is R house. From our cottage, I'm sorry.
So I look at him and go, Kyle Cottage, huh?
Yep, Kyle Cottage. Nice to meet you.
Inside check.
Give me insight.
If he's full. Seeing if he's really full of crap or not.
Oh yeah, he's entirely
Go to
full of crap.
23. So, first of all, you're lying to yourself and you're lying to me. Can you not remember your own name?
I remember my name just fine.
Kyle Cottage is also on your 2 books. So, I don't think you're telling the truth. In fact, I know you're not telling the truth.
Fine. If it makes you feel better, I'm not telling the truth. But I'm not hiding or lying because of you. Some people just don't want to be found.
So then you're a bad guy.
That is
What you're telling me?
that is an awfully big conclusion. Some people just prefer their seclusion. And I, for one, enjoy the company of books.
I look down from my whopping 8-foot height at him going, listen, I don't know what you're doing, but you should leave this place before it gets too bad.
Would you
Because you don't remember what day it is. You can't tell me the last time you ate or drank anything, and you lie about your name. There's something going on here, and I don't want people to get hurt. So I think you should leave. To prove that you can actually leave on your own and not get stuck here again.
Why would I feel the need to prove that to you?
Because the fact that otherwise, I'll come back with the guards and prove that this is a bad place, and they'll take you from here.
And why would they do that?
Because the fact that magic is affecting the people inside to the point that they refuse to.
Refusing to leave doesn't mean that that there's something
Which is
bad
a bad
going
thing. And also, where the heck he went? It might be like, oh no, I missed my poor son. Makes you a bad guy if you don't want to leave. It means you're part of the problem.
All right, I'll tell you. If I prove to you that I can leave, do you promise that you will just leave me alone?
If you leave and go beyond the range of the bookstore, then yes. Like you have to actually cross the threshold, stand in the road, and then I believe you.
And then I can come back.
Yeah.
And you'll leave me alone.
I will leave you alone.
And you'll give me a sandwich.
The next time we come here. I can get you a sandwich, I guess.
Okay, fine.
Here's your money.
What?
Don't you have money?
No, I don't have money. Why would I have money?
Because you need money to eat, and to buy paper to write down stuff from the books, and to buy drink and whatnot, lodging, so that way you have a place to sleep.
Or,
By the way, I was gonna say, Leto might remember that Stuffin always seems to have food stuffed into his pockets someplace. So, if he wants a sandwich, all he needs to do is leave.
We'll find that out. I'm trying to get him to leave and prove that he's not locked in here forever.
well, I mean, if you, I will leave with the understanding that I can come back, and that I will and that I will no
Gain
longer
the
be...
understanding that you don't have to come back
But I want to.
if you don't want to. No. You have to go out with the thought that you don't have to go back, and then you make the decision once you're out in the street.
But
if
now
you
you're
wanna come
telling me
back.
how to think.
Well, no, I'm trying to help you out, because if you leave going, I want to come back here, without actually thinking, I don't want to come back here, then you're going to come back here anyway, which is then making me think you're under a magic spell of some sort.
But I do want to come back.
Like, if you left with the thought of, maybe I want to go get food and drink and, smell fresh air again.
But I'm just going to come
Then
out...
maybe I'll come back.
But I just want to come out far enough that you will give me a sandwich and that you'll leave me alone after that.
As long as you hope, when you leave, that you don't have to come back. You're going out for food, and eat the food out there, and we'll come back in here.
Okay, fine. Deal.
Okay. So go ahead and do your thing.
All right. He, Crab walks out.
Okay.
Stuffin, at this point, are you in the Mystic Library or the library?
I'm in the library, not the Mystic Library.
Okay, so you would see the person known as Kyle Cottage exiting into the library.
Hey there, Kyle. Hey there, Lito. Man,
His
anyone else
name's not
hungry? I'm
Kyle.
hungry.
His name's not Kyle.
Oh.
He lied about it.
Hi there.
Listen,
What should I call you, Mr. Cottage? Is that right?
Cottage isn't his real name either.
You can call me Kyle.
It's not your real name.
Listen, came out here, be left alone, and eat a sandwich. I
You
did
haven't
not.
done what you're supposed to. Walk out to the road and then decide.
Oh, I got a sandwich right here. He just pulls a sandwich out of his pocket. And I have another one for you if you want. And he just starts eating it, and he's walking outside as he's eating it.
All right, he follows Stuffin outside into the road where he does not die, disintegrate, or disappear, or burst into flames in any way whatsoever.
Okay.
He
Eat your
holds that.
sandwich out here
Oh,
and
wow.
then go back if you want.
All right, he holds out his hand for the sandwich.
And I hand him the sandwich and so what should we call you? The scholar, formerly known as Kyle, but not really Kyle.
And he goes, honestly, and he's like saying this like between bites as he's like hastily shoving this sandwich in his mouth. He goes, honestly, you can call me whatever you want because I don't anticipate ever seeing you guys again.
Yeah, you want a pickle with that, by the way? I have a pickle. Whip out a pickle.
He reaches out for the pickle, and he goes, wait, is that dill or is that bread and butter?
It's half sour. Another week it would have been dill, but it's not quite there yet.
Ooh, okay. And he reaches out and he takes the half sour, and at this point, like the sandwich is fully consumed, and but it's still like the majority of it is still kind of like in his mouth, and he just like further continues to like as his cheeks puff out, he consumes the pickle.
If you're still really hungry, I mean, there's a nice ice cream shop down the way. They got some cows that are just like sitting on big blocks of ice, and you just kind of squeeze the udders, and it comes out nice and cool and juicy. And it's a great way to have some dessert. Like, you put a little chocolate sauce on those udders, it's really good.
He kind of like wipes the crumbs and the pickle juice like running down the side of his mouth. He kind of wipes it with a loose sleeve, and with his mouth finally emptied, he looks at both of you and he says, The deal has been struck. I'm going back inside. And he walks back into the library.
Hey. It was worth a shot, Stuffin, so I don't know.
Hey, listen, you can only do what you can do. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Seriously, since when it's like 2/30/72 the year? I don't think that's right. I don't know what year it is, but I don't think that's right.
He just reminds me. So I had a friend that really got addicted to the nectar, and he couldn't just like stop sucking on the nectar. And we find him in flower patches, half intoxicated. He'd been like sleeping there overnight, and I mean that's what it reminds me of. Is he's addicted to the nectar, so to speak. But the nectar's a book, and the flower patch is a weird thing that library you have to crawl into.
Okay.
They have programs for people like that, but like.
Okay, I want to check something real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna sketch a picture of this guy.
Okay.
So I can like show it around.
In the same notebook that you took the notes in?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring out the notebook and you turn to the page where you wrote down all of the notes. And because you did this so close to the proximity of time that you have left the library, I'm going to give you advantage on this. On this history check. But everything that you wrote down in the library, none of it is in your notebook. But because you have literally just left the library and everything that you saw is still fresh in your mind, give me a history check to see how much of what you copied down you remember.
Okay. Now, I didn't take proficiency in history because I figured I'm not from this world. I don't know as much stuff.
You know what? I'll
even
hand on your shoulder. Can I?
What's that?
Can I do investigation?
No, because you're
do investigation
because it is an active memory thing. But I will give on top of advantage. I will give you a +5.
I'll also touch your shoulder and give you guidance too, so that's an extra D4.
Oh, okay. Let's get him up there. Oops, I need to roll. That's a 25 total.
Okay, 20. All right. So 20 plus, you are able to remember everything that you wrote down. But you are going to have to take some time to actually like rewrite it down. So like you bring up your notebook for like one specific purpose, and all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, like I need to get this back down. So, okay, so yeah, so you take the time. You're still in possession of that information, and you also take the time to do a kind of like sketch artist rendering of this person that you have met.
Excellent.
So I'm gonna go check on something real quick.
Okay.
I'm gonna crab walk back into the special library.
When
I get through, is Kyle, in quotes, still where he normally is?
You do not see Kyle anywhere.
But his book ring is still there where he was hiding?
Yep.
The other guys at the table are still there, correct?
There are other people at other locations, but he was the only one at that specific table.
Okay. You could be in the bathroom. It's been a long time since you've gone, probably.
Okay, so I crab walk back through and shaking my head. disappeared.
How unfortunate. Well, I'm gonna maybe like circulate this picture around town, see if anyone knows who he is.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Are you a little suspicious of this librarian?
Beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, librarians generally just aren't trustworthy. Hoarding books for themselves. And
Well, I also go with the fact
coming
that
after you for not returning books.
I've never had that issue. I normally own the books that I have, and that's about it. But with the stuff that I got in my head now, I can do some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, I actually kept a book 2 days too long, and then the librarian sent a pack of ogres after me. It was really unpleasant. But
In theory, this is the first time I've went to a real library. So it's not actually a real library. There's a special library. I don't know. Whatever. Let's go back to Sedo's and see how everybody's doing.
Agreed.
Okay.
Go back to Sedo's.
All right. So I'm going to point out that so from the time that you came to the library to the time of now, conceptually, and honestly, like Stuffin and Lido, you can give me the same answer, or you can give me two separate answers. In like your internal clock, how much time has passed by?
I think 2 hours.
I was thinking 3 hours.
Okay.
3
So
hours.
okay, so now you're both leaving the southern area of town to head back to Sedo's.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and hold on a sec. I'm going to show.
This is going to be like a house party wipe because everyone died of old age.
And as you walk into the main area of town, you realize that everything is burning. Now, when you come into the area of town, and I'm going to post in the Adventures Lounge on Discord, I'm going to post a picture of Kyle. Okay, just so there's like a point of reference, like stuff, and that is your sketch. So, as you come into the main area of town, you notice that there is a congregation of people, and as you get closer to the congregation, you see that Deacon and Gully are kind of like are what people are, forming a circle around, and it feels as if little to no time has passed. So,
That's what happens when you're a fast reader.
do you still head to Sedo's?
No, I think we'll go, hear what he's saying, because, I'd like to know what his group is going to be called and how they're going to, deal with it. Having members of his, group would be great. And, power the temple or something like that, take care of it. Anything that isn't a cult would probably be a good idea.
All right.
That was something Marty drilled into my head. Never join a cult.
Cults are bad and good.
Start a cult, but don't join another cult, right?
Yeah, do the work yourself. That's the moral of the story.
I mean, unless you're joining a cult knowing that you can easily dispose of the leader and take over the cult. That's perfectly acceptable.
Cult acquisition. So you kind of start to approach the crowd, and Deacon and Gully, as you did have a sizable crowd, you didn't notice as Stuffin and Lido are approaching you guys, and you continue on with your moment of the gathering, as you have inspired people, and you say your speech and stuff, and then, you hear the speech, and all of a sudden the group begins to head towards the eastern gate of Hyrule Castle Town.
I looked at Stuffin. Did he say cult?
No, he never said cult.
Okay.
Uh,
You were
true
referring
cultists
for your
don't
cult.
actually call it a cult. Yeah, you can't call it a cult. But everyone knows it's a cult. That's the secret of a real cult. Is everyone knows it, but no one can say it.
Okay. Yeah. So
It's a social group.
4 of the 6 party members have reunited.
I walk over to Gully and Coon. So, how's the recruiting going for your whatever you're gonna call them?
Good. Need people that are going to be able to take care of the temple while I'm away.
I also saw Barbara in there.
She's very inspirational in, gathering everyone.
I'm surprised she didn't ask her husband to go with her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. So, me and Stuffin went to the library. We learned some information. It's kind of helpful. I don't actually know what Stuffin learned, but he rewrote it while we were walking back. I have ideas for animals that I can become, so that was helpful. And I learned a little bit about the Sheikah history, which a lot of it was just stuff that, unfortunately, the winners wrote.
Okay. Good. Hopefully that'll be useful. All right.
So, you guys are done with your little thing. So, we have a couple of places we can go, and we have some stuff to talk about. So, if you want to go inside of the Sedos, we can talk about it.
Yeah, that's good. Actually,
from the
hang
lovers.
on. One quick thing. I need to go make sure I give Barbara some money so they have supplies. And he'll go grab Barbara before they get too far away.
Can I be riding on your shoulders while this is happening, Gilly? Is it okay?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, and he'll give he'll tell Barbara, hey, before you guys head out, here, take this with you so you can make sure you've got a good amount of supplies. And I still haven't really gotten down the conversion of rupees and value, so he'll give her 500 rupees to make sure she gets enough supplies for them. I don't know if that's enough or not.
That's way too much.
Way too much?
Oh, with supplies and everything, you'd probably be fine.
Okay, yeah. How much are the tunics? Does anyone remember that?
I believe there were 15 rupees.
Okay. So he'll actually Barbara. Here's 600 rupees. Also, when you get to the fire Goron area, Goron area. Make sure you get some fire tunics for everyone. This should be enough.
Yeah, it's 15 rupees for the tunics.
Okay.
Just double checked.
I remember shit.
You remember the other items? Because I have a list of other items that she offers.
Oh, are we talking about pebbles? Let's see. I believe that there were red healing potions. Let's see how it
is.
Those were 40 rupees?
See, I have to go back to... They were 45.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, 40 for the red. And you still have 2 other items that she sells.
Okay, I'm pretty sure she sells arrows.
Yes.
Okay, and I believe, let's say, 15 rupees?
15.
Oh, yep. All right. And one more?
She still has one more item.
A bright red healing potion.
No.
Bombs. I was thinking bomb, but I didn't know if I incorporated that into the campaign. So
how much?
A bomb, I would say 40 or 45?
45.
Hey, that's a hell of a callback.
Yeah.
All right, I am impressed. I am patting myself on the back right now.
Nice.
I'd look at Gully and be like, "You need tunics?"
Yeah, they're gonna need tunics.
I go into my bag and pull out the 9 that I have.
Nice.
There you go.
Oh, great. Okay, Barbara, here's these tunics, and here's 600 rupees to make sure you guys are stocked and ready for the journey over. If I'm able to, I'll join you some of the way, but definitely I will. I'll see you at the temple. Okay. All right. Cool.
Okay.
And I am going to take 600 rupees off of my list, off of my.
Okay. So we are going to figure out what Barb is traveling with. So the remaining tunics for the 21 people are going to cost 180 rupees. So
all right, so 600 minus 180
is 420.
420.
Yep. So they're currently have an excess of 420 rupees, and they are headed to Pebbles to purchase the remaining rupees as well as anything else, because they are most likely, but not definitely, not going to be stopping at Goron Village. They seem very hell bent on heading right to the Fire Temple, or so much finding the Fire Temple, I should say. So maybe
Gully.
Yes.
Make sure they don't pay too much for the tunics. Tell them to bargain with Pebbles, and if she has a problem, they'll buy their own from someone else. You will hardball them to pay full price. And if you're getting 12 more, you should definitely get a discount. Make sure they, stand up for themselves. Not let her play you.
All right, so you hear that, Barbara? Don't spend more than 15 a piece, but if you can, get a discount.
All right, I'll.
Pebbles sucks.
Pebbles is perfectly sweet,
Mean.
kind,
It's horrible.
young lady.
I'd pull out her hair if she had any.
That difficult, yeah.
So Barb kind of cracks her knuckles, and she's like, "I'll see what I can whittle her down from."
Oh, Leto.
Barb, you are my hero.
Leto's just jealous.
I'm not
Barbara,
jealous of anything.
don't rush,
She was mean to me, and she sleeps in caves with boys. And yeah.
Like I said, Leto's jealous.
I go back to Sedo's and I walk inside and I slam the door. I go out in my watery pond.
Think of how I whisper to Gully. Think of how jealous he'll be when we tell him there's a new god on the block.
Did you guys know that they don't have knock jokes in Goron Village?
What are they, rock jokes?
No, because they all live in tents, so they have flap jokes.
Ooh.
Wah, wah, wah.
And that's everything for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. You have a great night. We'll,
on that note,
later.
Right.
Just won D&D. That was the sign that we won D&D.
That's right.
Yep.
All right. So okay. So they are properly stocked and compensated for their journey. They continue to make their way out, and Leto has gone back into Sedo's. And what is everyone else doing?
I guess we'll follow Leto into Sedo's.
Yeah.
Hey, wait. How are those lovebirds doing? Well, I guess Still there. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll go and see those.
That works.
I mean, no one's seen them.
Lido,
Okay, so heading into Sedo's, it is particularly an abnormally busy day in there. There are there's kind of like a line of people at the counter, kind of. You know what? I wouldn't even call it a line, because there seems to be a congregation with voicing mild frustration.
What exactly are they frustrated about? Since I'm the owner, I would like to know.
All right, so you're like, you walk in and you're like, what's going on here? And so
Chloe, are you good?
Chloe does look a little. She looks a little bit frazzled. She had the kind of like counter purchasing area does look a little bit disheveled, which is absolutely not normal. Even Isaac, in his normally cool demeanor, does look a little bit frustrated, and he's saying things such as like, I'm working as fast as I can, I'm doing the best that I can. It's like, why, you know, and then he kind of like turns and starts to kind of like blame it on the customers. He's like, well, if y'all didn't come in at once, like,
I will step in. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear in mind, we are doing the best that we can at this moment. Isaac is a skilled practitioner of his art. It is art, so art does take some time. I want you all to know we will take care of every single one of you. But you need to give us a little bit of leeway here. You're kind of interrupting my staff from doing what they need to do, and it's just going to make your wait longer. So if you would, please just relax. I can make some tea for you so you can, relax a little bit, but please leave Chloe and Isaac to do their jobs. They're doing the best that they can. It is my fault that everything is not going the way it should be. If you have an issue, you can deal with me.
But we need red potions.
Yes, and Isaac is doing the best that he can, so you need to relax for now. How many are we talking about? How about that?
All of them. And then another voice chimes up, like, no, I need all of them. And another one's like, no, I need all of them. There is a general panic. Like the healing potions have, I would say that at this point they've typically become like the best seller at Sedo's, but also at the same time, like this is kind of like a Tickle Me Elmo in Christmas kind of like craze that's hitting Sedo's at this point.
I'll ask Isaac if there's anything I can help him with to speed it up, because I'm trained in herbalism. If I can help him in any way.
He's like, I have everything I need, and I'm making it as fast as I can. But if I were to rush it, there would
not rush it.
I don't want to make a bad
quality.
problem.
You are perfectly fine. If you need my help, I am here for now. I can help you out. Otherwise, everybody else, we are going to have how many can you make, by the way, Isaac?
Because I can typically make about 3 an hour.
Okay. So you can make like 15 in 5 hours.
I could definitely make 15. You hear a voice go, I'll take 15.
I'm going to give each of you. This is how it's going to work, since Isaac will do his best. Each of you is allowed to come in here every 5 hours. Get 15. That's one group at a time. If I see anybody trying to cheat this, we will give you none after that. This is the deal that I'm making with you.
You hear a voice call from the back of the crowd. He's hiding some in the back. I know he's got a stock and he just doesn't want to sell it to us.
You realize there is no back. It literally is a wall right here.
Just check the back room.
Downstairs, and you can see my empty hole, but there's nothing really there except for a portrait and something else. But definitely not healing potions. I am telling you the truth. If you wish to, push me on that, I will have Isaac stop making them for a time, so you will really, really need them. I'm giving you the best option I possibly can for 15 every 5 hours, and one of you at a time comes every 5 hours. He will need to sleep, so you can get in this day. If he spends, and I look at Isaac, can you do like a 15-hour day?
He shrugs his shoulders and yeah, whatever.
Okay, so it will be fair. Every 5 hours, he will have some ready for each of your groups. So that's one for you, and I point to the dude, one for you, and one for you. So that'll be the 3 groups that we have in here. Each of them will come, we'll start at 7 a.m., so he will work until 1 p.m. and have them ready for then, and then it's back the next morning to do that.
And a voice calls from the crowd.
15, 15, 15. That's what you'll get. You'll pay for them right away. If you don't make complaints and don't rush him, I might even think about a discount. But right now, you are pushing him too hard, and you will break him. And if he breaks, then you'll get weaker potions than you already have.
So what do you charge for a health potion? It's a standard red health potion.
It would probably be standard. I wouldn't go above because I'm not that type of person, like, to be like, oh, you really need them? No, I'll make them 65. No. Leader's the type of person that would be like, I will give you for 50. You want 15? I will make the last 3 of them at 45, so you'll save 15 gold, if they're willing to compromise.
Okay. So this one guy, that one of like the people who's like nearest to the counter, throws down like a sack of rupees, and as he like throws the sack down, he goes, "I was here first. I get the first ones."
So be it. He's first. Who's going to be second?
And the person goes, "No, I was first."
Fine. We'll go with this. Cleo, who do you believe was first? And we'll go from there.
Says, I think that we should do a lottery.
I like that idea.
Says,
I am going to get a little pot, because I'm pretty sure we have a pot or something, and I'm going to take 3 leaves off of my tree that's in the middle of my lake. I'm going to take them, and I'm going to draw a craft. There's going to be a number of bumps on them. I'll make it like 5, 10, and 15. That way, if you feel more, you might go, we'll just leave them in there, and then I'll just take a handful of other things and put them in there and make them not bumpy, so that way you have to find it. And I'll go, okay.
So what does 5, 10, and 15 indicate?
Who's first, who's second, who's third.
Okay, so you're doing like 3 groups of 5.
Yes.
Okay.
And then some extra stuff to basically screw with their mind that they don't know what they're looking for.
Okay, so I'll say like the first person to draws the 15.
So he's last.
Yeah, and the
actually
second...
no, I'll make him first. The 15 is first.
15 is first.
16 first. 10 is of course still second, and 5 is going to be last.
Okay, so
it will rotate every day, where basically then it'll be 10 first, 5 second, 15 last, and then so on and so forth until we get a real system set up.
All right. So as the person pulls out the 15, indicating that they are the first person to have access to the healing potions.
Potions once they're done.
There's somebody else chimes out, and they're like, "I'll pay you for your leaf," and he holds up he holds up a silver rupee. And he's like, I'll trade you your number for the silver rupee. And
this is the part that I'm not a part of. If you want to do things like that, it will make it very difficult in the future for you to become first. But You're welcome to. I think I did a fair thing by giving you all the option to pick which numbers you're going to be. If you want to mess it up that way, so be it. But that guy's going to possibly get first twice.
All right.
Remember
So,
that.
as of right now, they do not seem to be settling down. However, give me a persuasion check to try to calm the group down.
14.
14. Okay, they
I hide
do.
myself?
Sure, since you knew it was coming. All right, 16.
So 16.
All right. So, you are able to start to kind of calm the crowd down a little bit. I would say, you know what? In what manner would you like to try to disperse the crowd? Because, like, Sedo's right now is, like, packed to the brim, like, shoulder to shoulder, just people, you know, hand over fist trying to get whatever they can. But, again, there are far too many people in here. How would you
I'm
like
gonna
to
do this?
Yes.
Smartest thing that Leto would do. He looks at the group that's going to be first. He looks at the second and third, and he turns into a grizzly bear. Try and scare them out. Like, that's what Leto would do. He'd be like, "Screw this, just bear."
All right. Fair.
On
Intimidation.
hind legs, bear.
Give me intimidation.
Bear?
On a freaking bear. It's freaking bats.
That's it. Bear. Okay, let me roll intimidation. Charisma, so. Nine.
9. Okay, so 9 people vacate
My
the store.
my intimidation is 9. That's fine.
Okay.
The other ones, I literally just stand up and just like push everybody back, trying not to hurt them, just to be like, just pushing them out the door.
Okay, so eventually the crowd does become a little bit more manageable. People do start to calm down. There is still kind of like an air of tension as this has become a very strange but kind of like steady feeling that the population has become very concerned about something, that they feel the need to stock up on health potions.
I add something of how I got them out.
Yes.
I just let out a big bear fart. And that's enough to probably kill everybody.
All right, I need con saves from everybody in the party.
Wait,
Bear
can I?
farts.
Bears just fart at will. Like, I feel like you have to make a con save just to be able to fart well.
Wait, I was there?
I don't know. Did you guys come inside yet?
I kind of imagined that happened before we got here, or I might have interacted with that.
Okay. So anybody
It was
who
just
is
me inside doing that.
anybody who feels that they would be present, feel free to make a con save.
According to Food Wars, bears are naturally stinky.
Fine, then make it a disadvantage. All right. But okay, so yeah, eventually the
Isaac is perfectly fine. Sorry.
yeah. I don't think I never made. Anyway, yeah,
I'm gonna pull
I would
something up and just put it up to his nose. He'll be fine.
Yeah, Chloe's eyes begin to tear a little bit, but I'd say kind of like just simply takes like a handkerchief or an ascot or something to that level and just kind of like puts it over his face and just keeps working. If anything, he seems a little bit more calmed and pleased that there are less people in the store now. But
Clearly relieved he didn't pick the rag soaked in chloroform.
At this
Or
point, he
it
might
takes
have
a
gone
while.
for that anyway.
Sorry.
Actually, he might have done opium. That would be worse.
But I would imagine Chloe suffers the brunt of it.
No. Once we get enough people out, I do open the door and use gust. One day gust and get the smell out. That way she's okay.
All right. So
I do have one last thing.
yes.
I'm gonna look at Chloe. I'll turn back into Leto, not the bear, and be like, "Okay, here's what I need you to do. This is something specifically for the store. I would like you to make up a right that says, as of right now, we are selling every 5 hours 15 potions, and put it on the door so nobody can fight with it. I know you're in charge most of the time, but as a manager, myself, I'd like to help you a little bit. So if you need help selling them, again, I'm here right now. I can do my best. Make sure they know that the manager will come and take care of any problems. And if they have a problem, the manager will definitely take them on. So it's not on you, it's not on Isaac, it's on me. Okay, Chloe?
Okay.
Oh, it's better now. I got the smell out.
Oh, okay.
If
Okay.
it helps, I tap the counter and make some mint for her. That way she can smell the mint.
Yes. So you have like gusted the smell out, but it was very pungent and things of like cloth nature. I would imagine it does linger a little bit on. So
They don't have much cloth.
but she's
They
wearing
have
cloth.
herbs that would be in cloth. Oh. Yeah.
So it's still kind of like she goes like and she's just like, I can feel it in my hair. So it does still, in a very minimal sense, but still, not too pleasant. It does linger in certain aspects, but the brunt of it has been kind of gusted out of the store, and also as it gusts out of the store, people who you hear somebody say something who was not present specifically inside of Stedo's. Two people are walking by Stedo's, and one person turns to the other and says, "Hey, you remember that methane pocket from the other part of town? I think we got another one." Yeah. And they just keep walking. So all right. So at this point, is this when the rest of the party would like to convene inside of Sedo's?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Yeah, that works.
So as you start walking to Sedo's, you just see this this crowd of people just running out, like gagging and just all sorts of seemingly unpleasant situations. But then as you walk into Sedo's, there's really isn't much of anything indicating what you just saw.
As they enter, I don't realize it's them since I'm still talking to Chloe. I'm like, the deal was every 5 hours, 15 potions. If you don't like that, you can leave now. And then I slowly turn around and go, "Oh, hi guys, sorry.
Hi,
There was a
Sorry.
thing going on here."
Hi.
Go over to Isaac. Isaac, I know it sounds bad, but did you want to start grooming like someone to help you out?
And he goes, I no. No.
Just asking. I don't want you to be overworked because 15-hour days are going to be quite long for you.
I understand, but at the same time, I have gone through a lot of intense, extensive training to get where I am, and I would prefer on a personal level that somebody were to not take that shortcut, even if I would be the catalyst for that shortcut.
Okay. Put my hands on his shoulder and go, "Isaac, you're a good man. I thank you for all your hard work. Every once in a while you need to leave and actually do stuff, and don't worry about the stupidity of people."
It's like there's a lot of stupidity to worry about with people, trust me.
Oh, trust me. I'm the same way. I am the stupidity most of the time, so I can understand.
He goes, I knew that I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but that's what I like about you, Leto. So you get people.
Of course, I've been around people for 4 or 5 months now, so I kind of get them. Oh no, actually a year and like 4 or 5 months. So yeah, I've realized people are very interesting in themselves. Look at Cleo. Cleo is like a wonderful person, but maybe she's like a murderer at night, But I'm pretty sure she's not. She wouldn't kill a fly. Well, maybe she'll kill a fly. She wouldn't hurt a butterfly.
It's like, well, I mean, I if I could use butterfly wings, I for something, I would hope that she could do, because I don't, bugs are gross. So if we need some butterfly wings for something, I hope that she can get them.
So I'd like to interject with Deku and casually going, man, I wish we could have 2 Isaacs. And then just kind of slightly suppressing the urge to cast Simulacrum on him. Just because I'm not going to open that can of worms.
Yeah. Well, then Chloe might actually find the man of her dreams.
Oh, that's true.
She likes him. You can tell. They went out and, having 2,
cute.
maybe she, would find love in all the wrong places.
Needless
to say.
One's the lover, the other does the work. Which one is which? Who knows?
I look at the 2 of them and go, okay, you guys handle the store for a little bit. I have to talk with my friends upstairs. All saving the world kind of stuff, that.
If I cast Foresight on him, will it alleviate his obliviousness? No, he knows. I forgot about that.
He might know. We don't actually know for sure. We know she basically was pissed off at him for not getting it, though.
Yeah. I imagine that's quite frustrating.
Yes.
It's only the 2 of them in the shop every day.
Yes. To bring everyone up to speed on that, Chloe does have, for some weird reason, has a crush on Isaac, and Isaac, although we have not established definitively if he is knowledgeable of that or not, we have established that he is in love with his work. And so we don't know if he has room for both in his life, but it is a slight point of frustration for Chloe.
So anywho, I start walking up the stairs. Come on, guys, let's talk about it up here.
Okay.
I also have a window so we can look at where 2 of our problems are at the moment.
You go up there and it's just Chimkin sitting in the window. She looks offended.
Not Chimkin.
Sorry.
It's what's behind Chimkin.
She moves
Tavern.
and looks behind her.
It's where our 2 lovebirds are. One of our lovebirds, it could become a very, very big-handed man. And we have to worry about that. Everybody have a seat.
Okay.
And let's talk about this. What the next step is. Anybody want to put anything on the table before I start?
Well, they say
there's a shadow dude that came to me, in my mind, and I don't like that.
Sorry, what?
I kind of want to get rid of him.
Huh?
Yeah, the little asshole at Shadow Temple.
Oh, the Fiend's father.
Yeah.
Is it because you're like a sage now, or is it because he thinks you're like someone that he has to worry about?
I I don't think I'm someone that he has to worry about, but I don't like the fact that, he's an evil dude that, is...
Just remember, if it's a dream, you can take control of the dream and just wipe him out then and there.
Yeah, but it wasn't a dream per se. I shouldn't have used the word dream. It was more like I was speaking to him in another realm, if that makes sense. Like another dimension.
Why didn't you kill him there? You could have done it. I could see it. And I stare off into the distance, just imagining Ollie killing him.
Deacon chimes in, hopefully. I've been with other planes and stuff before. Yeah, so I know what you mean. Probably one of those tiny pocket ones. What did he, what did he say? Are you okay? I hope, has he made any...
I mean, yeah, I am physically fine, but it's just the fact that, it's the same situation as the fire temple. Somebody that is there that shouldn't be.
Ah, I see. Okay. Well, no, absolutely.
Are all of the current individuals in Sage spots corrupted?
That's what we believe to be so. Well, outside of fire and now water. And that's because of us, so.
That dude is definitely corrupted.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, Avine said her dad was kind of screwed up anyway. I don't think he was really corrupted. I think he just went to the next step of being evil.
I mean, that's possible. It's kind of like money. They say money just enhances who you already are. So,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have to worry about him. We know that.
And that's why I'm broke. So I'm nobody.
I think our biggest worry at the moment, though... Oh, go ahead, Chloe.
No. I was just commenting on Deacon. And his lack of funds. Not influencing him.
I think our biggest issue right now is lovebirds. Sooner or later, Turbe might look out and become Bongo Bongo again. And we need to stop that from happening, especially because the fact that there's a good chance Bongo Bongo could turn and see Belle and just crush her. And then Turbe is going to be real pissed when he comes back.
Whoa, wait.
He won't come back.
Wait, but we kind of have an idea of when that could potentially happen, right? It's not going to happen at any moment,
really.
is it?
It could be any time.
What? And I just paid to go shack up overnight? Come on, man. That's important information.
I didn't know you were going to shack them up tonight or whatnot like that.
I mean, they've been away for a long time. I figure they want some personal time together, but could you imagine? You know what? I don't want to imagine.
Yeah.
Imagine
I would just
what?
fear that. Imagine Turbe and Belle sleeping together on the same bed. It brings horrors to people because the fact that they're both, boy and girl, and then they have no separating wall between them.
Yeah,
what happens if they sleep together in the same
exactly
bed?
what I was thinking.
And if Turbe accidentally pushes her off the bed, and then she's like, I hate sleeping with you. And then he goes, oh, I'm sorry, come back to bed. And then nothing happens because it's a nice, pure individual.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Not like it because then they steal all the covers. I see. Back when I was young, we used to run into all of the other Deku scrubs would all want the the tastiest dirt. So we would all have to run, and when we were being raised by Guru, we would all have to run to our preferred little mixture of leaves and such. So I know how it goes. It can be very difficult finding the best pile of leaves, but it's once you find one that it's kind of like how some of you not wood people have imprints of your butt in your favorite chair. Anyway, you don't.
Mine was in the sand, chair. But I think it washed away.
Ooh,
whatever. It's okay. Sand kind of, just works out whenever you put your butt. So, enough of butts.
Sorry.
So we have the two of them to worry about. And from what research we've gotten, L is a Turbey's phylactery, and Bongo Bongo's phylactery is a Turbey. So,
okay, I actually have a question. I want. I don't know if I should parse this in character out of character, but I think in character kind of works. No, actually, no, he would know. Okay, so it says, so if Belle, ate her phylactery, wouldn't that mean she has her, like, she's still a powerful being, right? Wouldn't that mean? Well,
she powerful before? I don't know.
She was demigod status while she was that creature in the lake.
Look, when she was alive before, was she really powerful, and then she turned into that, and now she's really powerful again in her normal living form?
I don't think so, but I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if she, still has any of the power from when she was the lake spirit. Because she was very powerful enough to essentially bring Rico back to life and give him arms and be his warlike patron.
I was in a different world, though.
I know, but I'm kind of curious if that is also maybe here. So I was thinking about asking her.
So,
still a phylactery. How would she do it to herself?
Oh,
you know what?
True.
With that, to see what I can tell you, give me an Arcana check.
Okay.
Any of us, or just
specifically Deacon, because he is tying it to memories of his original timeline.
Okay. 13. Any chance I could get guidance since you're watching me out with this? Sorry.
Let it.
Guidance is acceptable.
16.
16.
All right, we got on 16.
Can't do any more than that.
Yeah, I'm not. I
Okay.
don't really want to waste cookies on this. That feels like cheating.
That is fair.
I started to feel guilt when I do that.
Well, I mean, specifically on things like this, like, I mean, like in D&D, there's certain things that are pass-fail, and there's certain things that the higher you score, the more information you get. So this is not a pass-fail situation. This is a how much am I going to tell you? Okay, but 16 is a good number. So what I will tell you with that is that when you witnessed Belle destroying her phylactery, one of the concepts of phylactery destruction is that you must be more the thing that is doing the destroying must be more powerful than the thing that is being destroyed. In this particular situation, in Belle's previous form, when she was the spirit of Lake Hylia, she was definitely more powerful than her phylactery. Now, in destroying her phylactery, what has essentially happened was the phylactery. A phylactery contains a part of the person or being that the phylactery is connected to. So the reason that she destroyed her phylactery was so that she could be more whole and more in her original state for a Turbey. So
I see. So, and in that, she kind of destroyed the part of her that was powerful. Because, as you were saying earlier, she's no longer the symbol of the spirit of the lake, i.e., that was written in history and so on and so forth?
Correct.
Is that about what you're getting at?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Damn. Feel bad for Rico. Now who's going to give him arms?
No, don't
I
worry.
don't think he's a bad guy anymore.
If you feel bad for Rico
that's
now.
A joke, sorry. Anyway, sorry, that was a joke.
If I am going to keep my promise, we are going to stay away from Rico for a little while.
Yes, absolutely.
So, going by those rules, though, that means if one of us were to kill Turbey in Bongo Bongo's phylactery, we could then, you're stronger than him, which means it's destroyed, right? And then we just bring him back to life?
In killing a Turbey,
sense?
the phylactery that comes into play is Belle. Don't lose sight of the fact that Bell is a turn-based phylactery.
But if we kill Bongo's phylactery, maybe it'll time out where Bell will bring him back later than 10 days. Saying.
So,
Why can't we just like stick him in the extra dimensional house and let him the mansion, let him chill out for a while?
Because the fact that sooner or later he has to come out and then move to the new one.
Does he? I mean, can't we just wait it out?
Oh, actually, I could summon a demiplane, and we just put enough food in there for 10 days. And he just sits in the demiplane for 10 days as like a timeout.
We put 2 people in there.
Yeah, sure.
If we put him and Bell in there for 10 days with food and water, and just wait.
I mean,
It
yeah.
might work.
I mean, it's gonna make them
It's
go.
gonna be a little bit dangerous for Bill, though.
No, a turbine won't turn into Bongo Bongo because
This
he's
is
not on this
assuming-
plane.
Yeah, we're just gonna make her sit with her lover's corpse for 10 days.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we could probably
All
touch
right.
base with him too. There are magics that let you like contact people on other planes and be like, "Hey, how you doing?
Well, could we just
You doing all right?"
If we get her really lucky next time, and now that I know all this stuff, I could try for a Hail Mary, just smack him into a different plane of his plane shift.
I was also thinking, and I look at Gully, do you have any like sage powers that can do something to like either of them to like get rid of the phylactery part of them?
Purified by fire is a pretty big archetype.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. This stuff's all new to me.
That's fair.
I mean, I just
Oh.
we kill him.
Maybe I
I'm
should.
not against killing him, and we bring him back in a different body.
But I don't
No.
think anybody has that kind of spell yet. If
Maybe
they
I
do, they
should.
don't have the stuff needed.
Should I try and talk to Zelda?
I think that might
Oh,
be
we
a
are in
good
town,
idea.
so why not?
Yeah, that's a great idea, Gully.
All right. Anybody want to join me?
Absolutely. Always.
Okay. Well, let's go try and see Zelda.
Oh, and
I should
I think
probably
I
say
need
Queen
to see
Zelda.
Bradford.
Ooh, yeah.
You think I need to see Bradford?
Okay.
I think I owe him money or something like that.
Fair enough.
I might swing by my new jewelry shop and see if I can get things going here.
Right. Good luck, man.
Are you not coming with us, or are we going to that afterwards?
I love how everyone but Gully has put into being like ways to make money, like shops and stores. Gully, no, becomes a Fade. Perfect way to make sure he's broke.
Honestly, my favorite bit is just, oh man, like we have to get you alms or something. Like we have to get them. Like once we get it going, we just get a donation drive going. You know, like
Like a
towards the
tithe.
church, and we're gonna use it to
Got
fund
an
the
idea.
events. But in actuality, we just spend on stuff
I have an idea for you, Gully.
like a real church. Ugh.
Would you like to be the mascot of either of my bar or my speakeasy?
What?
What?
I
The bar
You're the-
or what?
orchards, my bar or
Oh.
my speakeasy.
Probably not the bar.
Okay. Easy though.
Sure.
I just need to A, get the orchards up and running fully, and then B, learn how to brew stuff.
Honestly, we should have you model for Ken's armor shop too.
Too.
Yeah,
good.
works for me.
Just get like charcoal paintings of them and stuff done. Like just literally like just model the suits of armor after them. That'd be awesome. Can we, Puck? Can we make him the fire sage by night and day? But like by day, he's an Abercrombie and Fitch model. But it's Ken and Deacon's armory model.
I mean,
Models of
He has the
Blade.
physique. He has the physique.
he does, and
Stage special.
Today's chainmail and boxer briefs day.
I mean, it's your businesses. You can hire whoever you want.
Oh gosh. Oh wait, actually, in church it's tax free, so yeah. Okay.
Hell yeah! Oh, sorry, you're a sage. I mean heaven, yeah.
Sage, yeah.
Anywho,
I love it.
Oh
Anywho, is Zelda first, or do we want to stop by Stuffins and just open real quick?
You can roll by Stuffins first.
Yeah, let's see what's Offins and Stuffins.
Stuffins, have you even opened the door to your place yet? Because it might need to be aired out. Have you thought about stock?
Party, and then we left. We didn't throw the party. And I need to find someone to like run the shop. I think I got a few things to put up for. No, I don't really know a whole lot about it. So.
You know someone that you could
know that
hire.
they will come. You know someone that knows jewelry is charming and debonair. And...
I would say yes.
Oh.
You'd have to wait until night because that's when she normally works. Name's Scarlett. She's a really nice lady.
Alright, well, we'll do that then.
Okay.
He only works at night.
He can vouch for her. He knew Scarlett more than I did.
Oh yeah, very nice.
I'm trying to think of a jewelry shop that's only open at night.
No.
We might have to serve like mixed drinks or something too.
No, she works at night now, but I'm pretty sure if you got her a job where she worked during the day, she'd probably be happier.
Yeah.
Okay.
She was really nice. Back we hired her to do some work around Kakariko back in my world. Basically she she was with a group of very close friends of mine. And they basically helped rebuild the city after it got destroyed. So I miss them.
Oh. It's an idea. You can wait until night afterwards. But let's go to your shop, see how it is, see if you need to order stuff. Because when I bought my shop was empty. I had to get counters and racks made. In truth, I don't even know how long that took since I was gone for like 5 years.
It's the best kind of shop. Gets going without you.
All right. Okay. So head
to your shop.
Do we have a name for your shop?
I think it was going to be like Stuffin's Jewelry.
Big puffin time. Come in the Stuffin.
Okay, so anyone for a cleaning montage?
Depends on how.
I don't want to spend a lot of time role playing it out.
I have an idea. If you'll hear me out, and I'm gonna run this by you. Okay. All right. I mass suggestion 12 people. I say, hey guys, could we please have your help cleaning this place out? We could really use a hand, and we'll give you some soup afterwards from Soup. And then literally 12 people have to make wisdom saves or help us clean out Stuffin's armory shop or Stuffin's jewelry shop, and then we give them some soup afterwards.
Or
let's see.
I can get 2 air elementals.
Let's see what we got.
True. That's probably
what's
better.
the DC on it?
Wait, you can target 12 people with my suggestions?
What is my spell save DC? My spell save DC is 18.
Okay, so out of the 12 people that you mass suggest, 10 of them. Just kind of
Mass
start like,
suggestion is up to 12 creatures of your choice that you can see within range and they can hear and understand.
so 10 of the 12, not bad at all.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, so yeah, Stuffin, can you do me a favor and pay for the soup, because I don't actually have any money.
I'm getting more than soup.
Hell
It
yeah.
helps me. They get only the best at Stuffin's jewelry shop.
Nice.
So yeah, I'm gonna go order some sandwiches and some hors d'oeuvres, and we'll get some ale and stuff like that too.
And in the meantime, I would like to just be like providing like a musical backup, like on the Elite Beat Agents or something. Yeah, just like I'm supervising and just playing like workout music, like to a proper workout montage.
Nice.
And Stuffin's is like flying up high to work on a sign. The sign for his shop. It's hanging up there. It's a Stuffin's Jewelers, and it's got like fairy wings on it.
Excellent.
Very nice. Okay, so walking in, the building itself looks as if it was in the beginning stages of creating a jewelry shop, which was kind of like the allure of part of the leasing of this building. And so like it is admitted, like it's really dusty. Like there's a thick coat of dust everywhere, as if it had been kind of just like abandoned for like over a decade. But as you kind of like walk in, there is straight ahead, there's like a glass jewelry shelf that goes into like an L shape to the left hand side, and behind the counter you notice a safe. Not a big safe, a small safe. I would say that it looks like it's roughly about a 2 by 2 foot safe.
Okay.
Oh man, I know what you're doing. I know what you're
Can open
doing, and I
this.
hate it.
Anyone?
Don't do it. Don't open it. You don't want what's in there.
Open
Missing
it.
character?
Open it.
Honestly, yes.
At this point, gotta open it now.
Don't open it.
Nah, or open it,
Don't
baby.
open it.
Maybe there's business cards inside. Reuse them.
If there's a ring inside, though, don't put it on.
Don't open it. Alright. You twisted my arm. I'm gonna open it.
You're going to... Okay.
Well, wait, is it locked?
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna open it.
All right. Do you have any lockpicking tools?
No. But it's a safe lock, right? So I would just need like a stethoscope. I guess I figured I was just gonna do it by ear.
Okay. Do you have anything that could amplify your hearing? Because I know you don't have a stethoscope.
No, I know I don't either. No, don't worry.
Someone have an enhanceability?
Ooh, that would be good. I actually do have that.
That would work.
And I could do. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I have.
Here's some guidance.
Thanks. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So, sleight of hand
Sleight of hand.
with advantage from enhanceability and guidance. Which
And
I'm gonna roll
guidance,
first, because. Excellent. Thank you. All right. Promising.
Okay.
42.
Jesus. Okay. You are able to rotate in one direction. You hear a click. You rotate in the other direction. You hear a click, and then you rotate the opposite way in the final direction, and you hear a click. You are now standing in front of an unlocked safe with a lever that all you need to do is twist it and open it.
Not opening it. I unlocked it. I'm not gonna
I'll
open
it.
No.
I'm opening it.
Okay.
Why'd you unlock it if it's not gonna open it?
I can't do this. I can't do this, man. Not again. Not after what I've
What do you
seen.
think it is?
I
What do you
think
think?
it's dice. It's the dice.
Oh, that would
Well,
be amazing
We'll
too.
find out. Stuffin opens it.
I stand back like I'm dusting my hands off. Like there's somehow actual dust on my hands that I keep getting off, and there's like literally just puffs of dust coming off of me. It's been dusty for 10 years in here.
Come on, ring
What if
and
it's a
dice,
deck
both of them.
and not dice?
What's that?
What if it's a deck and not dice?
What if it's 1,000,000 rupees?
Then we better open that damn safe.
Just gonna wish you didn't do that.
Open it, open it, open it. See what happens.
Done. Open.
You open it?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you turn the handle, you hear a click. And you slowly start to open up the door, and it creaks. It creaks like it hasn't been opened in a very long time. Just and the moment that a hairline open, like, breaches the safe, a mist rapidly pours out, circles the room for just a moment, and flies out the front door. Do you continue to open the safe?
What was that? Was that a genie? Were we supposed to catch it? Who's gonna close the safe again and like start flying after this thing that flew away?
You want to chase after it?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, yeah.
All right. So you rush out of the building.
Close it, but not lock it. By the way, I don't want to lock it.
Okay, reclosing the safe, exiting the building, and it's nowhere to be found.
It look like anybody that we would know?
It was simply a mist.
Okay.
However, I don't even know what kind of check I'd have you make on this.
Perception.
No, because
Insight.
it's not visual. I would say that it would be more of like a sense to see if you knew. And I honestly really hate to make you make another fucking Arcana check, but I can't think of.
It could also be, I mean, isn't that textbook what insight is?
You're absolutely right. All right, insight check. You are right. Sorry.
That's okay.
27.
20.
Plus 11.
I don't know.
Can I give him an inspiration?
Oh no, you hit the number. You hit the number. We're good. There is a familiarity. There is a familiarity that only Deacon and Lita would recognize as a familiar cold, calmly chaotic presence filled the room and left just as quick as this mist did.
So there's two possibilities.
You know what?
I can come up with, Tikun.
I will. You know what? I'm going to let you take the reins, and I will tell you if you. I mean, if you're wrong, I'll tell you what it is, but I'll let you take the helm on this. You'll find out either way. What do you think it is? What does Leto think has been let loose?
Two things that I can come up with, since we haven't encountered one of them. It was either possibly the locked up spirit of Bestial Ganon, or it was Reggie.
All right.
Those are my two thoughts.
Deacon, what are you putting your money on?
My. Like of those two things?
Yeah.
Or it could be something else.
Oh, I'll be completely blunt. One of those two things is right.
Huh. Damn. Shit.
Put your money on the one that you want to happen as opposed to one you fear that will happen.
That's true.
You're
To be honest, it's probably Reggie.
It's Reggie.
God. Motherfucker.
You have let loose once again into the.
No fucking way.
Once again, Reginald has been let loose among the world.
Fuck!
What is Reginald?
So Reggie was this guy that me and Deku knew during the time passing type thing, where he used to own this store basically, and he was kind of a good / bad guy in my world. In Deku's, it was a little bit but the last time we really saw him, he kind of became evil, and then he was kind of taken away.
Bank.
And works for the
Now
bank.
he's back.
He also was very, very in the middle of the Tony debacle.
Yes. So the introduction to Reginald, aka Reggie, was that he had the building that you guys are currently in was formerly known as the Royal Treasury. No relation. And when
I would like to chime in with the funny thing is that that's always been ironic, and because there is some kind of relation, because that's where the 1/3 of the Triforce of Wisdom used to be, was inside of his safe.
Yes, originally that safe that you opened possessed 1/3 of the Triforce of Wisdom. But
now who knows?
Reggie was initially the jewelry store owner in this establishment, and in the original campaign, he gave the party a ring to give to who was running the southern area of town, Fat Tony. And it was a side quest, and it was kind of like presented as almost like a payment, but in reality, the ring itself was cursed with the spirit of Bestial Ganon, who Reginald knew and was attempting to use the ring to kill Fat Tony. Moving forward into the prologue that preceded the start of this campaign, things took a little bit more of a turn where, first of all, Reginald was in the span of campaigns, Reginald was the original owner of Fate Render, who Leto is currently in possession of. And he also, the concept of Reginald is more of a husk, and there is a much more nefarious purpose to Reginald's existence. And he does a lot of really bad shit. Like, he was he ended up becoming like the main antagonist of the prologue.
God, it's a fucking good times, man.
Almost killed you guys, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah.
How did he
No,
end up in his
in
own
fact,
space?
I would like to minor illusion, like just wait for them to come back in, right? And just like in the middle of the room, I'm gonna minor illusion Reginald in the pose that we last saw him in.
Yes. So, you know what? I'm going to let you keep taking it. Explain what you have minor illusioned to Gully and Stuffin.
So technically, the last time we saw him was he was technically minor illusioned. He was illusory disguised himself at this point in time. However, I'm not making that luxury. I'm making it look like the actual him.
Mhm.
And he happened to take on and perhaps in some body snatcher form, perhaps in some illusory form. We're not sure, but he happened to take on the presence of Fat Tony's dead mother, who had basically shortly before passed away due to not being able to afford her life support anymore, being the reason that he was stealing. And essentially, he reverse crab walked like down the stairs and did the exorcist style head twisting around thing before lunging at us, at which point we jumped out of the way right as she went to tackle us down the stairs, thus essentially meaning she fell down the stairs herself, giving us just enough time for Leto to like quickly like take me and use me and my rapier as a weapon, to like combo, to make an attack for both of us trying to contribute at once, and that was the last thing we saw of the prologue. Sorry, I'm not saying I did a great job, but it's the best I could do with my memory.
No,
Besides the voice that then talked to us.
Oh yeah, but then
Right.
yeah, right. I forget what it said though. Aside from like the Hylia bit.
yeah. So that was a very accurate recollection, and yeah, like I mean, getting into the finer details is not necessary, but you have encompassed what Reginald is as a whole.
So
He
when
was
you walk back in, you just see like this it's like greaseball looking old dude who's like on his like back, but he's crab walking on like 4 legs. Well, not 4 legs, but you know. And his head is like upside down, like a fucked up looking redead.
yeah. Good old Reggie.
Good old Reginald.
Oh, so yeah. You see that you see, and as Deacon it takes time, and I would imagine even like Leto chimes in with his explanation of like what you're looking at and their personal experiences dealing with Reginald, and I would imagine both Leto and Deacon are looking a little bit more pale than usual,
Yeah.
because of this, and
Should have force caged it or something. I don't know why I didn't think.
there was no preparation that was done prior to opening the safe. None whatsoever. But the safe is still there. The safe is still unlocked.
He's literally just like he's got that mercenary like 1,000-yard stare.
Maybe
was a
we
little unfortunate.
check magic on it and see if there's anything else left inside.
Yeah, let's open it up. Deacon, you should have said something. Well, open it up. We're gonna open it.
Oh, wait. Before you do that, does anybody have detect magic so that way we know if there's something else in there that we have to worry about?
Pretty sure
Oh, I can do detect magic.
Okay. just to check to see what could possibly be in there. If we open it more than what you did,
Spell.
are we gonna get other things that are gonna pop out, or was that just like a "Hey, I'm here, but my item is actually inside" that type of thing?
All right. So you cast Detect Magic on the safe.
Yeah.
There is another item inside the safe. It is giving off enchantment magic.
What is it?
I gotta open up and find out.
Okay.
All right.
Enchantment magic.
Enchantment magic. You open up the safe, and inside the safe, you find a small purple felt bag.
Oh no.
Is it felt because someone has already felt it?
Oh, it has been felt before. I will concede to that.
Ooh, woo.
If you want, I can use Mage Hand to take out whatever's in the bag. That way nobody touches
go
it.
for it.
So I will cast Mage Hand and try and take whatever's in the bag out.
Okay, so you cast Mage Hand, reach into the bag,
Mm-hmm.
pull it out, and before you see a very sparkly, kind of like almost shining with the brilliance of a diamond. But it is a crystalline, six-sided square item.
You don't know what
Looks
that
like
is.
a nose ring, a very sparkly nose ring.
I would suggest putting it on, though.
Is this a? I'm just gonna take it. I'm sorry, my jewelry shop. Why not? I'm just gonna go take it from the mage hand.
Okay.
You grab it, and you feel an intense power coursing through your hand and the veins in your arm. You look down at your side, and that purple felt bag is now affixed to your belt.
Yep, he's cursed.
And yes, Leto and Deacon, it is exactly what you think it is.
Cool.
So,
So, Stuffin, it's been nice knowing you. But you're kind of screwed now, so...
feel free to explain what he has now cursed himself with, and I will fill in the blanks.
So, here's an item that both me and Deacon have had, which is a cursed dice. It's a dice of the sins, the 7 deadly sins, but one is not on there because that's the greedy one. Now have an item where basically every single day you get to find out what bad thing happens to you.
Yes.
So, and you can't give it away without actually, you can try and give it away, but the person has to be willing to receive it. And I can tell you, me and Deacon don't want it.
I mean, I don't know. I just had bad stuff happen to me my entire life, and I'd probably rather have it happen to me than curse someone else.
This was the fact that you grabbed it after we told you not to. Don't touch it, don't touch it, don't touch it. Touch the bull, and now the bull's horns are in you, but...
it's my shop. You can't stop a fairy from being curious. Right.
Okay. All I say is good luck to you, cause you'll need it.
We'll need it if he rolls a wrath one. My God.
Yeah.
I mean, I could
No.
just
What is
remove the
Wait,
curse.
what did you
Oh,
guys
okay.
do with it when you had it before?
I
Cry.
gave mine away.
My
Well,
helm was
let
killed
me
in not
let
to.
me see something
Yes.
here. I'm gonna cast a spell. I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna summon a. What is it? A shadow spawn. I call forth a shadowy spirit that manifests within range.
It has to have a mind of its own for you to give it to them, though. You
And
can't
I'll
be
be like,
controlled.
hey, can you ask me for this sparkly thing that I'm holding?
Stuffin, it doesn't work
It
like
has
that.
a
Person has
and
to.
it has an.
It follows your orders, doesn't it?
Sure, but
It has to
it
be
could.
of its
But if
own
you-
mind to take it. You
Oh.
can't summon something and be like, please take this.
Oh
from
wait,
me."
I
Or-
have an idea.
Or you just see the sage.
I'm gonna cast another spell this time. I'm gonna cast black tentacles. Squirming ebony tentacles to fill a square of the shop. and the tentacles reach out and try to take the die off of my person.
The tentacles do reach out, but before they can make contact with the die, it appears as if something that originates from the die repels it from grabbing it.
Oh, so this is cool. Like, I can now cast black tentacles on myself and be totally safe. Because the die protects me. Does the die protect me from other things?
Okay,
Hey
so
there, Paige. Do you have
before
any suggestions?
before we delve deeper into this, I'm going to take a moment to describe, like, in technicality, what the Deadly Sin die is and does. So, the Deadly Sin die is a 6-sided die that's based on the 7 deadly sins. The primary sin is the sin of greed, which is taking the die, leaving 6 more sins to be rolled upon the start of a long, whenever a long rest would typically be concluded. So I say that because, like, if it were to be possessed by, like, something that doesn't need to sleep, then that would happen at, like, the start of the day. But if it happens to something that does need to sleep, it rolls when that thing wakes up, when that person wakes up after consuming a long rest. So the remaining sins are pride, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and sloth. On the rolling of a 1, and this roll happens automatically, by the way. Pride. You must take your first action in combat, moving as far as you can towards the closest enemy. You cannot retreat from combat.
Okay.
Number 2, and I will make this, like, visible so that, you know, everyone can see it in the compendium. Lust. If you roll a 2 for that day, you have disadvantage on any and all charisma checks. 3 being envy. A companion will try to take the dice from you. This will be a contested strength check, and the person will be chosen at random. And they have to be part of your party. So keep in mind, I didn't say they need to be an active player. They need to be a part of your active party. Number 4 is gluttony. Gluttony is you consume 5 rations and 5 water skins. If you have less than that, you consume all of it. Number 5, wrath. This is what caused Deacon to almost kill one of his party members at one point. If you deal a killing blow on an enemy, you must use your bonus action, if available, to attack the nearest player. And number 6.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. Okay. So you want to take a moment to explain that one?
no, I just want to say. So basically, what happened was, I was just learning things about crossbow expert, and make a long story short, I was stacking a lot of buffs, for fun times against the boss, and right in the middle of my celebration, I went to do like the Rudy Tooty cowboy thing where I shot up a bunch in the air, and then Puck very kindly reminded me, yeah, you got wrath today. And all of those arrows and stuff that I fired turned Imatu into a human pincushion to the tune of like 72 damage. She was a sorcerer.
He was squishy.
It was almost too much.
Can I point out something important here?
Yes.
Like, you say that like the original sin is greed, right?
Greed,
Greed
yes.
of taking the die. And it seems to me that, first of all, Stuffin is not greedy. He's just curious. Like, he didn't take this because he was greedy. But it does seem like the person that is greedy, who has committed the original cardinal sin, is you, the DM. or is it prideful, maybe? You get so much pleasure and enjoyment in some kind of currency out of torturing the players. Not just once, but over and over and over again over the years with the same evil dice mechanics.
Yeah, this is an original item. Like so many magical and non-magical items over the course of like the breadth of this campaign have come and gone, and this item is an original OG item that has been implemented into every single iteration of this campaign now. So, but to wrap up the explanation,
does the spell remove curse not work on it?
You know what? I don't. I'll have to check my notes on it. But to round out the explanation,
I can tell you what I remember. Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah. So number 6 is
Sorry.
is the sin of sloth, in which case your movement is simply decreased by 10 feet for the remainder of the day. Okay, I'm sorry, Deacon. Yes, your experiences with trying to remove the curse.
Oh yeah. I mostly they kind of keep reappearing. It was like a multi thing, or it's like every so often I would have to have the spell cast upon me to like mitigate the effects. But like every time every time like rupees were involved or something like that, like it was still there. Like if that makes sense. Like it didn't so much as like it didn't exactly break the attunement. It just kind of like alleviated the current effect. Like very temporarily. I think literally it was like back within like a couple of hours.
Okay.
But it's been 5 years.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm looking at the spell, and I'm recalling your recollection of the spell. I'm trying to word this incredibly carefully because I remember the mechanic now.
Fair.
So I will say that there is nothing to stop you from casting Remove Curse on this item. And Deacon's recollection is correct that when Remove Curse is cast on this item, that it alleviates the cursed effect for the day.
It's like if you've ever played World of Warcraft, it's like Soulbound, I think they call it. I think that kind of applies.
So I'm trying to say as much as I can without divulging new information. But yes, so for the you know what? In order to get more information, I wouldn't even have a check on this. I would say that there needs to be either research done or find somebody who is knowledgeable about these types of magical items.
Fako Witch, anyone?
We can go see her. For now, Stuffin, you're kind of, it's not a good thing to have. At least it wasn't the ring. That's the good thing.
Oh god, yeah. Ooh.
The ice kind of sucks.
What kind of world do you guys live in?
The same one as
He
you
has to
do
roll
now.
now that he has it.
I want to get the shop up and going.
Okay.
So, we should visit
Does Stuffin
Zelda.
have to roll?
We should visit that person to hire her to like start
Yes.
things going, and we got all these people that
Okay.
are helping us out clean.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll clean, and you think it'll be enough time for them to clean this place up to Zelda and get back to you? Back here?
Well, technically speaking, they have to keep going until either 24 hours have passed or it is clean, so.
But then they're gonna want soup, and if we're not here, then they might get angry.
Oh, true.
Oh, I ordered the food.
Oh, that's true,
Okay.
that's true, yeah. You kind of took care of that, I imagine.
Did
I
you ever
guess
stop to think
Zelda
that,
then?
you know, maybe we deserve bad curses and stuff if we're like the kinds of people that
No,
cast magic spells to make other people do all
had
the work?
enough of that. I had both of them, and I am good now.
But he was without
Yeah,
sin
that ain't
cast
me.
the first stone. Sorry, that was just what I wanted to make.
I just want to know if Stuffin has to roll the dice now, since it's the first day that he has it.
No.
Okay. Starts on the second day.
Yes.
I don't know.
Because it happens at the start of a new day. So right now, Stuffin, you are not feeling any effects of the dice, and in fact, like as the dice has, for narration purposes, been in your hand this entire time. There's nothing that is binding it to your hand. Like you can do stuff with it. Is there anything you like? What would you like to do to free up your hand? I'll word it this way. Yeah. What would you like to do to free up your hand?
To free up my hands?
Yeah, because as you grab the dice that's currently in your hand and you felt like the surge, of magical power coming down your arm. And the only reason that you know what you have is because Deacon and Leto have explained to you what you are currently in possession of. So it's kind of like an impending sensation. But right now you're suffering no effects, but the dice is still currently in your hand. What would you like to do to get it out of your hand?
Put it in the bag.
Okay, no problem. You reach down, you put it back in the bag. You release it from your grasp, and it resides in the bag. With no.
Can I take my belt off?
You can.
What happens?
It adheres to your person.
I take all my clothes off.
It adheres to your
too
skin.
much, dude.
It is
Ah, it burns.
Yeah, it is
So much
like
whiteness.
that bag is like fully connected to you. Whether it touches a belt.
Yeah, that's why I'm hiding my eyes. Oh god.
Yeah, so right now you're wearing nothing but a purple felt bag.
Well, I don't know, that's kind of unfortunate. I'll put my clothes back on. Is this still tucked to my skin, or is it stick to my clothes again?
You are able to like physically slide the clothing like between it and your skin as you start to like get ready. Or I'm sorry, as you start to get dressed. And I would even say like at some point you like grab the bag and kind of like pull it off of your person, and like the second you let go, it's almost as if there were an invisible elastic band that just kind of like snaps it right back to the side of your body.
So can you roll this thing yourself?
You
It's a dice, so yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, if you were to use it like as a dice, you could use it as a dice, but technically, as I narrate the numbers, there aren't technically numbers on the dice. There are symbols, but just for purposes of convenience, I equate them to numbers for narration purposes. But you can roll the dice. You can throw the dice. It is a big chunk of rock, a 6-sided piece of rock that you could essentially try to do whatever you want to do with it. And in fact, the more things you try to do, probably the better understanding of the item you will have. But at the start of a day, basically what will happen is you can choose to roll, but if you choose not to roll, the dice will automatically roll. So in terms of mechanical things, basically what I'm saying is I will always give you the option to roll, and if you don't want to roll, I'll roll for you.
Okay. Let's not spend forever here. What was that?
I was just going to chime in. On the bright side, you will always have something around to bludgeon somebody with, even if you are naked, unlike arrested or something.
See, it's not all bad.
Anyway, let's go to Zelda. Unless you have something else. Your shop's gonna get cleaned.
Okay. That's good. I'm going to put a lot of hors d'oeuvres out for them. Make sure they're well fed.
All right.
The best part is, if they make a mess eating, they have to clean it up too.
That's awesome.
Nice. So, okay, heading to Hyrule Castle.
Yeah.
All right. So, you make your way to Hyrule Castle. Hold on, let me actually just... Oh, it's already in the journal. Okay, so yeah, in the journal on Roll20. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's what we'll do next week, is we'll make a better picture for the dice now that it's actively in the campaign. But we head to Hyrule Castle Town, or towards Hyrule Castle. The guards look okay.
They don't look at us weird anymore. The last time.
They
At least the last time I went.
Okay, so they look okay, but they also look like they're trying to look okay.
Like they're what? You cut out.
Like they're trying to look okay. Like they have a pleasantry about them because they know that they often have a pleasantry about them when they see you guys coming through.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to So I'd like to I'd like to try and give them like kind of like the Deacon's go sorry, I'm thinking of how to put this exactly. Kind of like the youthful like puppy dog eyes, hit him with like hey mister, are you okay? It looks like something's wrong. What's going on? I just see how he reacts.
Immediately fucking breaks down. Immediately starts crying.
Ooh.
And in his sobbing, in between, just sniffles, and you're able to make out certain things that he's saying. He says, "It was so bad. Says we lost so many. We thought that we were prepared, and we weren't."
Oh. Nikun, I think I know what they're talking about. I left the gate open. Eight. What else?
He falls to his knees. And the other guard, being able to hold it together a little bit better, puts a comforting hand on the other soldier's shoulder. And he essentially translates for you guys. Before I go into the translation, any assumptions?
Any what?
Any assumptions as to where this is going to go?
I'm going, we left the portals open.
Yeah, I'm guessing this has to do with the golden Lionel.
It does. He says, "We closed the portal, but it came at a cost." He said only about a quarter of our men made it back.
God.
And the other one in between his sobs cries out. He says, "They're heroes. Every goddamn one of them are heroes." Second guard continues to pat him on the shoulder in reassuring ways. "Yes. We know what we're getting into, and we did what needed to be done. But the cost is something you can never fully prepare for. Because they took it down. They took down the Lionel. They took down every absolute piece of garbage that was in that field. They closed every single portal. And at this point, I'm going to point out to you the absolute chaos that went down at Sedo's today. And I'm going to point out that most of the people at Sedo's were women. such a small party came back, that in large part they came back undetected because there were simply so few of them. But enough people in town noticed that when they came back and saw the condition of those who did come back, they panicked and knew that something awful had happened. And I'm also going to take it back to an earlier episode and point out that this band that had gone to take out the portals was not just guards. In fact, that was one of the reasons that Ken's son was content in helping his father make this armor and weaponry, because he didn't want to be involved, or maybe was afraid of being involved in what happened. But the second guard continues to reassure his friend. He says, "We're putting an end to this. We're going to put an end to this once and for all." What would you like to do?
I'd like to gently take his hand and just everyone responsible happen. Try to put it force. We'll pay in equal measure with it.
And he nods. Says, "Yes. We'll make them all pay." Then he starts to kind of help his friend up, and he says,
"You're very strong."
It's like, "Come on, buddy. This is not the time or the place for this. I'll take you out
I squeeze.
for a drink after our shift's done. We'll talk it out."
I squeeze his hand and remind him, "You're very strong. Being able to do. Sorry, so much falls upon your shoulder. But to make it as far as you have, with all that weight, got one strong. If nothing else, proud of you. And just as you are, those who have together, or was alive, safe together."
And he seems a bit drained. He seems a bit weakened, but he's trying to regather his composure. As he takes one big final inhale in an attempt to regain that composure. He looks at your party and he gives his best reassuring look to say, "We're in this together. And we're going to end it once and for all."
Absolutely.
And he kind of like straightens himself, kind of leaning on his lance a little bit. He apologizes for his demeanor. Says, I'm sorry, guys. It's been a day or two. But
You don't need to be sorry, buddy. It's natural.
kind of clears his throat. Says, thank you. Thank you. If those who fell won't be forgotten. But by all means, I apologize, and I don't mean to keep you from any business. So please feel free to carry on.
I nod. Thank you.
I will do a quick druidcraft, and I'm going to create St. John's wort, which has a mood stabilizer / it helps with attitude and whatnot like that. And I offer it to him and go, if you eat this, it'll make you feel better. Not forever, but it'll make you feel better now.
And he looks at it a little bit perplexed.
It's not going to get rid of the idea of everything that's going on. It will just help you get through the day, at least for today.
And he accepts some of it, and he starts to kind of like put it to his mouth and looks at you for kind of like reassurance that that's what he should be doing.
I look at him, yep.
Then
You can eat the whole flower.
Kind of like puts it in his mouth and takes, he takes a couple of bites and a couple of chews. It look, gauging from his reaction, it does appear to be a little bit bitter, but at this point he is more or less willing to do whatever it takes to dull the pain even just a little bit.
And that should do it. I offer it to the other guard too if he wants.
He kind of he accepts it, but he also kind of like tucks it into his armor a little bit.
Okay.
Getting the impression that he's more concerned for his friend, and if his friend needs it, he'd rather it be there for him. More. But I mean, he's regardless of stock, he's not going to consume it himself until he sees that his friend is okay.
Perfectly fine. It was like, sorry, I can't do more.
He says, "No, I thank you all for your kindness and your time and your generosity. We will all get through this. We will build back stronger, and we will make them regret the day that they ever thought of doing anything like this." So, anything else before moving on?
I think it's time to talk to Zelda.
Okay.
Yeah, Zelda.
All right. So, moving on and making your way into the throne room. Let's see what we got here. Oh, last time we were Lido wasn't here. Okay, let me put Lido on the screen.
I wasn't there with that last time that you went.
Yeah.
That was when I was sleeping.
That's right. And let me get You in there? I think we got it.
Put me behind Gully.
Alright, let me fix that. Sorry, Gully. To back. Yeah. Alright.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, so you make your way into the throne room, where you find Kato and Zelda present.
As we walk in, I'm going to just walk faster than everybody else and look at Zelda and literally yell, "You made us the bad guys."
Mm,
What happened to the rest of your people? You made us the bad guys.
They look confused and Zelda says, what do you mean?
Opening the temples and what's coming out more bad things than ever before. If we wouldn't open the temples, we probably would be okay right now. But you had us open the temples.
We need the temples.
Each time we've completed one.
You are rescuing sages. You are taking back that which has been corrupted and defiled. How can you say that that's a bad thing?
It doesn't seem that way. We went into the water temple. My sister was basically not my sister. And then when we tried to leave, now it's defenseless, so we have no water sage. We go to the fire temple. We kill the bad guy. And then the temple's gone by itself, and there are people who have already been inside. Everything we are doing, you've told us to do, and it's just caused more and more bad stuff to come. So, that thing...
It's less taking back... I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
It's less taking anything back when what we're actually supposed to do is kill the sages. Suddenly there's a vacant, massive power gap, not to mention nobody to protect the Triforce. And then, it's just kind of like wanton murder at that point. Like, it's not really taking back the temples from sages, killing the sages that are already there. And as evidence of that is the, particular interest you had in, Rudo for being the only surviving member of the sages. It's kind of starting to show that, like, this isn't going so well for us, Chief.
Wait. But
okay.
So is it better to leave the temples alone and just let a corrupted being stay in power there with the Triforce? No.
I think what we need is some kind of more guidance here. Like, we have to have, like, we do not really understand what the temples are used for or what way this is helping people, because I'm with you, Gully. I don't want anyone to stay corrupted, but the more we try, the more it seems that that's all that's left. And with the particular method that we have, it seems like it's trading one corrupted form for another corrupted form, and it doesn't seem like there's a winning option that begets anything positive. Even Rudo, we had to pull out from the skin of our teeth and blood and sweat and tears. And that was barely enough by itself.
The biggest issue is the fact that we got ambushed and almost died, and then people were sent out that weren't prepared for it to go die, and now you have fewer army men. That's great. Maybe, I don't know. The people are not happy about what happened, and it makes it our fault because we did not finish the fight there. It puts blood on our hands because portals were open. The portals weren't open because of us. because of what we've been doing.
I don't agree with you on that one, Lito.
Why not?
I don't think what we're doing is what caused those portals to open.
I don't know if each and every one that we open of the temples is not giving more power to, you know who. Maybe that's why he's like sending people to be like, oh yeah, we'll test them to see if they're ready for the next temple type of thing. But we did not finish that fight with the
It could
god
even be
creature.
because we are taking away power from them by removing the corruption. That could
We
also be a
definitely hope
factor.
that.
All we do know right now is that the Queen wants us to clear out these temples. And
Is that
you know
actually
what?
Hylia wants?
I'm in full agreement with that. We need to get those corrupted individuals out of the temples.
I concur.
And it's left it's unguarded after that. That's the problem. We get it out, and there's nobody to take the place.
And one of the problems, like to be honest, I agree with you, Gully. I do not want these people to stay in their current position. Number one, they're evil, but number two, even if this is some corrupted force, and whether it was by choice or not is unclear in certain cases. It could be said that it was in some cases, but as I demonstrated with Rudo, it's also very possible that it was not. And essentially, but at the same time, Mr. Shadowy Guy, I would really prefer to wipe off the face of this planet. However, the problem is I don't know how to do that without bringing further harm via the particular method that we have to use to attack the phylactery, which is what worries me primarily, at least from my own personal perspective. Not to be a fence sitter or anything, but I think that if we could at least ensure either Sage survival, or at the very least, if there was any possible way that was okay that we had to end the phylactery, it would do a lot for morale here. We just don't have that. It seems like every option that we do, there's a massive flaw in it, and that's just not sitting well anymore. We need your help at this point. We can't just keep doing this alone in the dark. Or at least that's how I see it.
I hear what you have to say, and my doors are always open to you.
Yes, but is it Queen Zelda we're going to be talking to, or Hylia, the one that actually knows what's going on?
You are and always have been talking to me, Queen Zelda. And let me enlighten you about a couple of things. First of all, you have all gotten so much more powerful and capable since you've started this journey. And I had faith in you that this would happen, and you have not disappointed. As for the temples are important because they are what tie everything in this kingdom together. The temples themselves are older than the kingdom of Hyrule, and they are absolutely necessary in specifically protecting the kingdom. Now, as for the previous sages, I am sorry, but that was not my doing. That was my father, and for all of his greatness, he was still, just like many of us, a flawed person who simply did his best. These new sages, and she makes a slight gesture to Gully, because this is my design, this is my doing. The ability to not be confined, the ability to have more free will, the ability to more wholly encompass each and every sage. is my doing, and I have trust in you, where my father did not. Now, as for the old sages, I do not mean to come off cold and callous, but they are, as sages, obsolete, and since I care first and foremost about the kingdom as a whole, if something negative is to befall them, it is sad, and I am sad for them, but ultimately it is a path for a greater purpose. And I am saddened for Darunia. And I am elated for your sister, Leto.
Insight check.
All right.
I want to know.
She is telling the truth.
Or she's 28.
Yeah, she is being honest about being sad about Darunia and being happy that that Princess Rudo is still alive.
Okay.
And she says, but the trust still boils down ultimately to you, as the sages are no longer bound to the temple. I am much more bound to this castle. It is a simple trade-off. And because...
Tell me this.
Yes.
Tell me this. Why do you want Rudo?
Because she...
I know why King Ill does.
Princess Rudo has survived things that I could not fathom any sage surviving. Princess Rudo is the eldest member of the royal family, and admittedly, I do not have complete trust in the current state of Zora's domain.
Nor do I.
Fighting a battle on multiple fronts, and I promise you, we are heading full steam ahead to a massive battle, and I need everyone on the same page. A single act of betrayal could make everything crumble.
You know that Rudo's not a sage anymore, though.
I'm aware that there is no Water Temple Sage, but the knowledge that she possesses is invaluable.
Wayne, I think, something else that might help ease my companions is a succession plan. We don't have a succession plan for when we clear these temples. I have assumed the role of Fire Sage, for one temple, but we have the Water Temple that is uninhabited, and, as we continue, there will be others that will be uninhabited. Do you have individuals in mind, some type of succession, or were you expecting us to become, these sages for all the new temples? I think that's kind of what they're looking.
The kingdom is vast, and given my current limitations, I could appoint sages, but in doing so, I risk the same mistake that my father made.
Put an application out for each temple and see who comes, and you can judge. You're not putting them in place, you're just finding out who would be the best option.
Ever since I was a child, I have had much experience with dealing with people with veiled intentions.
Yeah, you dealt with me, and I hope you did what I asked you to do.
I trust in you. I trust in all
Leto,
of you.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Leto, I think the Queen is entrusting this to us, and entrusting us to use our better judgment to not only clear the temple, but also find a suitable replacement for the temple. Be that us or someone else. I think she's leaving that to us. Am I interpreting your intentions correctly here, Queen?
Wholly.
So I have one more big question that I need to know.
Of course.
We're going towards this big fight, right?
Right.
And you're going to be part of it, correct?
We all have a part to play.
Okay. That makes it seem like you have something else that you have to do. Let's go back to the original question. If we're finding people to replace people, who replaces you? Because if you go out and your part is to wipe them out, but it wipes you out, who rules next? Because leaving a power gap of that big, you're either going to have all of the other cities come after the seat, or a bad guy can easily step into it.
The castle is the most well-guarded and heavily fortified area in the entire kingdom.
That doesn't answer the question, because if you have to go outside the kingdom and it's left with no one, who replaces you?
I cannot leave this castle.
Okay, let's say you're in this castle and you use up all your power and you do pass away. What happens then? You have a phylactery or something to bring you back?
No. I am, as of this moment, kind of a bit of a all cuckoo eggs in one basket kind of deal. I have no successor to my lineage, and if something were to happen to me, then the entirety of the kingdom would crumble.
Hey, I'm just curious. Would you want a phylactery if you could have one, or does that seem just like too dangerous, or I don't know, too prideful?
It, from a personal standpoint, would more accurately be considered sacrilege. She says, I do have personal contingency plans, which I am not at liberty to discuss, nor would I discuss if I was. But in terms of phylacteries, there are things in this world that come at too heavy of a cost, and not being whole is not something that I am willing to compromise.
Thank you. Just a thought, question. There's nothing real behind it, of course.
Of course.
It's very, very difficult to make a phylactery.
Of course.
And why would anyone want to do that?
Queen, as we are speaking of phylacteries, do you know of a way to, well, for lack of a better word, release someone that is another person's phylactery?
We have two people that are phylacteries, and that's the issue. Since they're not phylacteries people,
Can you explain in a little more depth?
Person A is the phylactery for person B, and person B is the phylactery for
Big
really
bad.
evil being inside of them that comes out every now and then, if that makes sense.
Oh. I understand. So, what is your plan?
Well, we do have a means of destroying phylacteries, but we're pretty sure that it will probably kill both of those individuals.
And do you need those individuals? Are they important?
They're important to each other. They're important as living beings. I mean, I know there's a whole for the greater good kind of thing, but if there's at any way at all possible to not have to
We
sacrifice
sacrificed
them,
enough people already. We'd like to make these two at least happy with their lives. They've been apart for 50 years, so they deserve to have some happiness. And as long as this big bad guy is around, they'll never have the happiness.
Well,
did we? I'm sorry. I guess this is actually out of character amongst the group. Did we already have this conversation with these two about the phylacteries and the fact that they need to die? Did we have that conversation with them?
We haven't. We told him we need to kill you so that way we can break the phylactery of Bongo Bongo. That's all we told him, and he said, I don't want to die.
Okay, so we should probably break the whole situation down to them about each other being the phylacteries, but okay.
We're hoping Zelda has an idea first.
Because, usually, when you break things down to people and they know the full picture, they kind of let you know their true feelings on the whole situation.
Is there something I'm missing in terms of, wouldn't just letting them sit in, a different plane for, a couple weeks most likely let this whole thing pass?
That might be the best way, but we haven't put it in action. But with Zelda here, we can at least ask her if she's ever heard of such a thing, or if there's a simpler way of doing it. That's what we're looking for right now.
Mm-hmm.
so she says,
Okay, back to Zelda.
So I believe I understand. Just to be clear, I recently heard word from Flora over in Kakariko Village. Before we go divulging information, this is what we are speaking of. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I see two possible outcomes. And much like so many other things, there is no right answer. But I trust that the answer that you choose will become the right answer. That being said, I am aware of Iturbe. I am aware of Bongo Bongo. And the full story of their tale is something that I am fully knowledgeable of. That being said, I see two main choices. One, since Bell is Iturbe's phylactery,
Mm-hmm.
you could kill Iturbe. Iturbe could die prior to the resurrection of Bongo Bongo. And as long as Iturbe is dead, and there is nothing left of him that Bongo Bongo could resurrect from, then his resurrection would be nulled, and you will never Bongo Bongo will be essentially erased from existence. Option 2 would be that you remove Iturbe from this plane of existence. But as long as his physical form remains, Bongo Bongo will resurrect, but will resurrect separately from his phylactery, Iturbe. Now, I am not the only one with this information and knowledge. If the second option were to occur, there is a strong possibility that Ganon's forces would seek the recruitment of Bongo Bongo. There are both pros and cons to each of these situations. And whichever you choose to do, in the grand scheme of things, is fine by me, because my trust in you has not wavered ever, even slightly. At this point, Cato kind of interjects himself into the conversation. He says, listen, as much as I enjoy our meetings, the day grows late. And the Queen is going to need to retire soon. So, is there anything else that she can satisfy before the day's end?
I am incredibly curious as to one important and specific question. What exactly is it that the temples do that makes them important beyond the old sages being obsolete? What is it that they do that we have to protect them from?
As far as our historians have been able to decipher, prior to the settling from the Kingdom of Hyrule, these temples were designed, well, we like to view them as a type of protective barrier from other planes. Kind of like a good versus evil situation. However, that kind of borderlines on fairy tale telling. But the truth of the matter is that when the temples, depending on who controls the temples, it can protect this kingdom from outside forces that we don't fully know of. Just there are other dimensions, there are other planes, there are other threats that we don't fully understand. And the key to protecting Hyrule is those temples.
So each temple is a part of a greater whole. That whole can't be turned on unless all temples are controlled by good. Got it.
And these form the links in a giant net or Dreamcatcher-like situation that keeps out evil from other planes.
Essentially. I am saddened to say that the temples have been out of our control for far too long. And because of this, and this does not leave this room, but since the temples have been out of our control for too long, Ganon's resurrection is inevitable. It's no longer a matter of if. It is 100% a matter of when. And our actions have gone from trying to prevent it to trying to prepare for it. But in the meantime, we still need to gain control of these temples because, as I've said, running this war on two fronts is not something that we could handle.
So by having the temples taken care of and in place, that would help reduce the portals, but not stop Ganon at this point.
Correct.
So if we reduce the portals, we reduce the amount of backup that he could bring with him.
Yes, we want to minimize the threat while preventing other threats.
With all due respect, Queen Zelda, if you led with that, I would have been a lot less belligerent.
I understand, and no offense taken. This is a high stakes thing that we're going through, and on all levels, we are simply doing our best. There's going to be moments of victory that we will celebrate upon, and there will be moments of failure that we must learn to pick ourselves up from. but we will make it through.
Deacon nuts. That's all I got.
Okay, well, with that being said, Zelda, I'm pointing out that she does not look tired. She looks weakened. In fact, I'm not sure if we have been in Hyrule Castle towards the end of a day. But, yes, I am narrating that Zelda does not look tired. She looks drained and weakened. And
Flora style.
Yes and no. Not that she is like the thing about Flora was she was very noticeably and actively committing to an action. This is more something similar, but still something different. It is something on a more grander scale.
Gotcha.
Something more like connected to a deity type activity.
Someone with some good arcana, why don't you go ahead and give us a check?
Yeah, all right, so you know what? We will end the session on this arcana check. So make it count. Make it absolutely count.
Use some cookies.
You use every cookie ability assisting, spell that you absolutely can, because we are going to we're going to do this. So who's going to make the check?
To say what kind of check?
Arcana.
Okay. I have a +8. Give you that. I don't know who has better.
+9, but I don't know if he'd be the one making it.
Ikun?
I mean, it would be a flat roll for me.
Well, if you want me to roll it, I can.
Okay. So we're starting off with a roll.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that kind of fits because I feel like Deacon would be looking to Leto about now.
Okay.
He's kind of like Deacon's kind of said his piece. He's been relatively pacified, and he's just concerned with like if Leto's okay at this point, and like what his thoughts are and stuff like that. So probably would be looking to him.
Inspiration, that would be
good.
No,
that's what I'm trying to imply. I'm
okay.
Sorry. So it's like I was just leading up to the point where he tweezes your hand like and he looks at you with like wide eyes, kind of like very clearly uncertain, and he's like,
okay.
Hey, I trust your judgment on what do you think?
That I will roll.
You should go pop like 10 cookies, sir.
Well, I'm going to see what I get first of all.
And if you don't want to take them from the pot, I'll give you 10 from mine.
We'll see where we go.
I subtle spell enhance ability intelligence.
Okay, so it's now at advantage. Okay.
And I can give you the ability to re-roll something if you want, but you're rolling with advantage already, so.
Let's see what happens.
All right, let's take it one step at a time.
That's the first. That's a D.
Roll the D12.
That's a 28. Do we want to roll Ds?
Get a 12, in fact. Make it a 40.
So it is now a 28. So 37.
All right, so we're happy with 37?
Go ahead and pop 2 cookies. Get that sucker over 40.
Yeah, I want to see this over 40.
Cookies, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Perfect. Excellent.
All right, so we're at 41?
It's over 40.
Okay, so all right, over 40. Here we go. Okay, so there have
Technically, it's over 45.
yes.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
Well,
Yeah.
40, like 40 was like
40,
the
44.
absolute max for me to like divulge what I'm about to divulge. Okay, so there
Fair
have been. Wait, quick question. Those two, is that from the gully stash or the public stash?
You can take them from mine.
Okay, all right.
Or I'll delete them from mine.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. All right, so there are things that have been said in this campaign that I have not corrected, and we are about to correct them. So Zelda is not the embodiment of Hylia. She is not. She is connected to Hylia, but she is not Hylia. Her connection to Hylia comes from essentially her birthright. Although she
told us she was Hylia.
When?
Because when we first came back after the time skip, we had questions, and then later on walked in and went, after the sages died, what about Hylia? And she's like, I speak for Hylia.
I speak for Hylia.
I speak for Hylia.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Now that makes a little bit more sense.
Yes. Okay. Because I was like, this has been a running thing, and yeah, it was definitely like I was being very careful with my words. So there are two schools of thought in the Kingdom of Hyrule, like outside of the castle. One people would believe that she is like the avatar for Hylia, and she is Hylia incarnate. And one school of thought is like people just think that that's not entirely true. But the truth of the matter is, she has a connection to Hylia. She has the ability to she can be to oversimplify it, it's almost as if Hylia is her patron. So she, as a kind of like running thing, will have access to a lot of information that she does not have the ability to be physically privy to. And she is not always entirely honest with things. So, for example, when she was talking about how she had just spoken to Flora, she had not just spoken to Flora. She obtained that information through the ability to channel, to obtain that information from Hylia, which is one of the reasons that she cannot leave this castle. She has taken the responsibility that her father had originally put on the sages. She has taken and bore that burden herself, which gives...
The castle is essentially her temple that she's bound to.
Yes.
Now my other question comes to the fact that as Sheik, she was speaking to us at the Deku Tree originally. So is this Hylia thing something new? Because she was there at the temple. We met Sheik.
Was she?
We found out she was Zelda there. At least Leto found out she was Zelda there.
Yeah. So, not entirely true in itself either. But, okay, so... How can... there are...
It might be time to just let things go and pick this up next week since we're already 14 minutes over.
We are. Okay, let's rephrase that question, address this question next time, because I'm going to answer it, but it is going to...
Blow your mind?
It is going to blow something in the campaign. It is going to introduce another aspect of the campaign that has been working, that I am not... that I haven't brought up. So since I don't want to dump this right now, we will address it when we have more time to address it. But I will say definitively that right now, as you see Zelda before you, and Sheik that you saw at the Great Deku Tree, it is going to bear some explanation. But it is Sheik is and is not Zelda. So, that being said, in fact, yes, we could even bring this up next week during our chat session. So actually, you know what? Fuck it. That's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about this next week because this is a big fucking thing. And then after we talk about it next week, we are just going to kind of organically bring this into the campaign because at that point, this will be an extension of this ability check. So this will become...
Sorry.
So this will become kind of like known knowledge amongst the group.
Okay. I imagine it would have been impossible to put that meta genie back in the meta bottle. Like otherwise. So,
right.
I feel you.
So, quite simply, to like abbreviate for time, we are going to end this session on a long rest. So, just quick question, because this is what we're going to pick up the session in 2 weeks after a long rest. Where is everybody resting?
Sedo's.
Resting at Sedo's? Okay. I just wanted to make sure
There's
because
enough space.
It is, but I just wanted to make sure because I know that we have a Turbe and Bell elsewhere. So I just wanted to clarify that. All right. So,
can I cast a spell and I'll tell you what it is next week or like over the week?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Okay. So,
That's not random at all.
Not at all. Okay. So, I would like to thank everyone for joining us tonight.
It's gonna be fun, don't worry.
Oh, no doubt. I would like to thank everyone for joining us tonight. We had a great session. I love massive fucking lore dump episodes. They are some of my favorite, and the ability for me to get these things off of my chest is just, you know, so much fun for me, as I hope it is for you. So, that being said, tune in next week. Tune in for our chat session because we are going to be discussing a very big new mechanic, new aspect of the campaign that has a very big ripple effect. Not a very broad ripple effect, but this is something that is not something that specifically only ties to Zelda. So, that being said, thank you guys. You're all amazing. And I'll see you next week. We'll see you next week. So,
right.
Yep. Until next week, be happy, healthy, get lots of rest, and be safe. So, thank you again, and bye.
Bye.
Later.
Bye.